June 1st, 2021. Walking on a treadmill. Watching Dark Knight, Batman, the Dark. I don't know what the fuck this shit's called. It's the second one with Christian Bale.
Where's Rachel Dawes? She is my oldest friend.
Rachel.
You know when Rachel first told me that she was dating Harvey?
Rachel was Katie Holmes? Is that her name? The one that's was married to Tom Cruise. That was Rachel in the first one. She got replaced by Maggie Gyllenhaal in this one. And I think she dies at the end of this one, I think. One of them motherfuckers die. Yeah, she dies. It's weird how they just change motherfuckers. What the fuck did Katie Holmes do? She did a decent job for the shit script that they gave her. But Maggie Gyllenhaal did a really good job too. I guess maybe people think of her more serious than Katie Holmes. June 2nd, 2021. Walking on a treadmill. Watching Batman, Dark Knight. It's a good ass movie. Some news. Biden gave a weak ass speech that acknowledged that white assholes was running around fucking with the backup of the police and the fucking military, smashing fucking black towns. It's fucking dirty Peckerwoods. He acknowledged that shit, so motherfuckers are supposed to give him a goddamn cookie or some shit. It's like, motherfucker, what you gonna do about it? I mean, that right there, if you can't get reparations for that shit, I mean, you Peckerwoods fucking stole some shit in broad daylight with the help of the fucking pig. It's fucking silly. And then, of course, saying anything pisses off the Republicans. Any kind of acknowledgement of wrongdoing by white people ever is gonna piss off the Republicans. Fucking ugh. Don't even get me started on black Republicans, because I'm about to go off on fucking Tim Scott with his bitch ass. Fuck Clarence Thomas and all that shit. Fuck that. I ain't finna get off there. Fuck those motherfuckers. Fuck Republicans. Iran or Iran? Iran, somebody sunk one of they motherfuckers. Somebody sunk their biggest boat. Their biggest Navy ship. Somebody sunk that motherfucker. Israel, like, me no speak English. They motherfuckers try to act all innocent and shit. You know goddamn well it was Israel. If it wasn't Israel, it was us. Motherfuckers acting like you don't know what the fuck happened. Shit just got spontaneously caught on fire on the water.
See, I'm not a monster.
Sabotage. And what else? Sabotage.
The only sensible way to live in this world is without rules. Tonight, you will have to choose.
Oh yeah.
These have 250 seconds.
Mike Krzyzewski retired. I love how motherfuckers like who don't know basketball that good, like me trying to say that dude's name. Mike Krzyzewski got probably the name, like the most misspelled name out of everybody. Like the most misspelled name in all of English is Krzyzewski. That shit don't look, except for the ski, that shit don't look nothing like Krzyzewski. And motherfuckers be like Krzyzewski. Mike Krzyzewski retired. And also, which is, you know, I ain't a conservative white dude. I ain't got a whole lot to say about that motherfucker other than he was like a good coach. But I gotta imagine the kind of motherfuckers that he had playing for him all the time, at least back in the day, that he's one of them conservative motherfuckers that want black motherfuckers to act a certain way, be a certain way, or they couldn't be on his team. Fuck Krzyzewski. But he was a good coach, I ain't gonna lie. And let's see what else. It was a shooting. Some firefighter came in and shot a fire. Some firefighter came in, shot one of his fellow firefighters, and shot he killed him, and then shot the motherfucking chief of the fire chief or whatever. Shot him, but he didn't kill him. So he killed somebody he worked with, and then he fucking shot the shit out of his boss, but didn't kill him. And I don't know if they killed him or if he killed himself. It's just another shooting. And there was another one after, I don't know. Those two dudes just got shot, but they didn't get killed. There's another one. And, the other day I saw some teenage girl run up and fucking slap a bear. A fucking mama bear with goddamn bear cubs. Like the mama bear was taking a couple swipes at the girl's dog. And this girl, I gotta say, you a bad motherfucker, because I don't think I'm running up to save Shelby ass. I ain't running up on no motherfucking bear.
Got some kind of a contusion.
But yeah, the bear was like smack on the fence. It had its two cubs with it. The cubs were coming, or the cubs were like the cubs. The cubs were, yeah, they were just following. It was just basically a mama bear with her cubs, and she there was like 4 dogs in the yard. They bum rushed the mama bear. The mama bear, then she freaking slaps at the dog, and actually I think she got the dog pretty good. Like she was about to like snatch the dog up, and the girl, fucking 17 years old, I think, that ass little broad, runs up and literally smacks and pushes the bear off the fence. The little bear cubs went running away, and the mom jumped back up on the fence and went after the bear cubs. That's a brave chick. And I don't want to hear shit about motherfucking girls. Girls can't handle shit. If you can take on a goddamn bear, you could definitely be in combat and any other goddamn thing that a dude could do. That shit got my motherfucking respect. I know I ain't fighting no bear. I might fight a bear for my kids, and that's about it. Damn sure ain't doing it for my dog.
Okay. Rental!
That's messed up. Yeah, this is probably the best Batman movie that I can think of. All the rest of them are corny as shit. This is the only one that went really dark, and the Joker does such a good job. All of them do a pretty good goddamn job when you really think about it, as far as being a superhero movie. And compare this Batman to the fucking Zack Snyder Batman, which I like Justice League, the one that he just put out, but that was some trash. This motherfucking Joker is cool as shit. Where he's riding after he just broke out of jail, put his head out the motherfucking car like a goddamn dog. Joker is so motherfucking on point on this one. He's crazy, mayhem, burning money, just psychotic motherfucker. This is by far the best Joker, and I think it's the best Batman. The other Batman movies were trash after this one. The one with Bane, I don't even remember it. Anyway. That's it for the day. Watch the rest of this movie. I don't think there's anything else. Motherfucking shitting on Anthony Davis. They need to be spreading some of that love to LeBron, though, because LeBron's supposed to carry the Lakers all the time. And you know them motherfuckers gonna get slapped. Anybody surprised that they getting slapped out of the fucking playoffs in the first round? Just don't know basketball. That motherfucker getting old. Ain't no way in hell. Shit, he couldn't carry a team by himself except for that one championship he got in Cleveland. Other than that, he's always had somebody, at least one motherfucker to roll with, if not two. So the Lakers are out, but I ain't even really been watching that shit. I'll probably start watching the conference finals, because I don't know. Sports has been pissing me off. Football pisses me off because they can't hit no more. Basketball pisses me off because of the way these motherfuckers be dressing like bitches and acting like bitches when they get confronted and shit. They don't fucking do nothing. Anyway. I think I'm gonna fucking, yeah, I'll start watching that shit on conference finals. Anyway, that's it. June 2nd. June 3rd, 2021. Walking on a treadmill. Watching, hopefully the end. Batman. Dark Knight.
Tonight, you're all gonna be a part of it,
Just got done arguing with my kid about the stupidest fucking shit. This kid, I swear to God, I mean, he's gonna be a great lawyer one day or something, hopefully. Or he's gonna be one of these motherfuckers that's just gonna be constantly running around, get punched in the head. Because this motherfucker is like a contrarian. Like, seriously. This dude ain't never been a motherfucking discussion that he did not like to fucking go devil's advocate. I swear to God. It's like, it's funny to me because he's like fucking, I know what he's doing, but it's still, even though I know he's doing it, it still ends up getting at me. And I just want to be, shut up, man. Punch him in the shit. But he my kid, so I ain't gonna do that. Except maybe I might punch him in his motherfucking arm when he just gets so out of hand. That motherfucking contrarian shit. Like to the point where he just won't see reality. And then I'm out here arguing over some stupid shit instead of walking on the motherfucking treadmill. Like this motherfucker will argue with your ass about some shit that's right in front of your face. He got me fucking fight about this stupid ass Sekiro game. Because they make these motherfucking mods or modifications that they make mods with motherfucking different bosses fighting each other and shit. It's cool to watch. And I was like, we was talking about it, and he's like, no, that's not a mod, Dad. It's like, I'm like, okay, but it's in the name. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not a mod. Like, it's not a mod because a mod only changes features in the game. It's not actually playing anything. And it's not, you talking about an AI and all. He starts getting all this fucking nerd talk. And I'm just like, motherfucker, I don't give a fuck what you think. I know what the fuck I seen. I didn't make up the motherfucking word. It says mod in the goddamn title. Oh, no, everybody's wrong. I'm right. I'm like, man. He just cold cocked that broad. And I literally pull up the motherfucking shit that I'm talking about. It got mod right in the motherfucking goddamn title. And the kid just fucking denies it. He's like, no, that's not a mod that I was talking about. I'm talking about this kind of mod. It's like, man, shut up. These fucking kids with they nerd shit. It's like, you think you more of a nerd that can fucking create something like the different mods that they put on these motherfucking YouTube channels that's like really dope to watch. I like watching that shit. And I know what the fuck I see. I'm not saying that I know anything about the technology that goes into it, but I know if I see something that says mod in the motherfucking title, it means that I'm looking at a fucking mod. But this kid will get up in your face and be like, no, Dad, you're wrong. It's not a mod because I'm a nerd. And he starts talking all this nerd shit. And seriously, man, back in the day, like, if we was kids the same age, I just punched him. Because ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, man. But he my kid, so it just makes me laugh. And the motherfuckers starting to get muscles, starting to get bigger and shit. So I think, man, I hope that he turns that fucking, like, that condescending, douchey, know-it-all, like, nature that he's got going now as a fucking teenager into something that's like, you know, just a motherfucker that knows how to debate and speak his mind and be strong enough to not get knocked the fuck out for always talking shit. Because this kid has definitely inherited my goddamn love of talking shit. He just does it in a different way. This motherfucker loves getting at motherfuckers. I mean, he's grown. Jesus, when he was a little kid, the motherfucker was like the happiest kid you ever seen in your life. Seriously, this kid was like an extreme extrovert. Like, he'd just be walking down the street and shit, going on walks, and he'll see somebody walking towards him and he'd be like, hi, my name is Tytzin. Try to shake a motherfucker's hand and shit. Like, that kid, he cool as fuck. And he's also like 16. He's about to be 16. Remember how I was when I was 16, motherfucker. I took a goddamn trip across the country with another motherfucker, another 16-year-old on the run from the police. I did that when I was 16. So I already know the attitude that can come with a 16-year-old. So I think I'm ready for it. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, like, I actually do. Like, when I think about it, I like my kids. It's like, I think a lot of parents don't really like their kids. They tolerate them and they fucking deal with them because they have to. But like, even when my kids are being dicks, it's like there's so much other stuff that I like about them. It just supersedes it. It's like not just love. It's like I actually like them. I like the fact that my kids like got a fucking air of confidence about him, that he'll play this stupid ass devil's advocate, even though he knows. I don't know. There's just something about it that is fucking charming. That's growing on me. I don't want it to be like that, but I do like the fact that he's got his own opinion, and it does make me laugh a lot of times. Then a lot of times when I talk about I just want to punch him in his arm, it's true. I do want to just fucking punch him in his arm. But I used to punch my friends in the arm. And while I don't never want to be friends with my kids, fuck that. I'm dad, always. But I do want to have a good relationship with my kids. And even though, and Franco, he's the same way. It's like, except he's like just different. He's like way more quiet. But, and I guess he's not a contrarian. He's just different. These kids are really fucking surprisingly different for growing up in the same house. Franco's more introverted, more thoughtful, but he's also more about from what I see, Tytzin talks a lot of shit. He don't want no smoke from nobody. Maybe he'll grow into that where he can actually back it up, because motherfucker is getting muscles, then he getting taller. So I gotta imagine sooner or later he's gonna be able to use that. But Franco was like a little more quiet. Franco one of them quiet motherfuckers that you gotta watch out for. You know how they say, just them quiet motherfuckers you gotta watch out for? That's Franco. Ugh. They got Deebo in this motherfucker. So, say what?
Those men on that boat, they made their choices.
Snacks? What the fuck we got snacks here? What? Oh yeah, you got that thing tonight, huh? What time is it? Alright. So, what, you gonna ride your scooter? Alright. They got Deebo in this motherfucker. He died this year. I just remember that shit. Fuck. I was gonna do a whole thing about how Deebo was like one of the most culturally significant characters. Like, so underrated. Like, think about how Deebo became a verb. Deebo became a motherfucking an adjective. You know, the biggest, baddest motherfucker, they call him Deebo. I mean, maybe that shit was probably going before this shit too. But Deebo from Friday is probably one of the most underrated as far as like culturally significant. When you think about Friday and all the different shit that came from Deebo, just that fucking a lot of shit came from that movie. But just think about Deebo became to Deebo somebody. That became a verb, adjective, big motherfucker. You call him Deebo. And he's just like the type of motherfucking lines they gave that motherfucker. What you got on my 40, homie? That shit. It's like I ain't never had nobody that walk up on me that disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Is to think that I'm finna motherfucking have something on they motherfucking 40. But you know it's motherfuckers like that. Just ignorant assholes is always fucking with motherfuckers. Deebo. Big assholes. Like he played that shit perfect. Like for real. What's his name? Tiny something. I can't remember his full name. Maybe I see it in the credits. I just don't want to disrespect, man. But because he died this year. And just motherfuckers need to give him his flowers, man. As far as being Deebo. Deebo is one of the best motherfucking characters ever. Q killed that shit when he wrote Friday. Motherfuckers didn't even know he could write. I mean, he knew he could write music, but who the fuck knew he could write movies? And DJ Pooh. Nah, Friday 2 and 3, they didn't do the same for me. But Friday is a fucking classic, especially the Deebo shit. Seriously, think of number one, as far as in our generation, that I'm not saying is a good fucking role model. I'm saying culturally significant. How many motherfuckers you know that people call Deebo or whatever because of that movie? Or how many times have you described somebody as Deebo or doing something in a Deebo way? It's like, that shit was a goddamn, that was a brilliant character, and fucking the dude that carried it all did a goddamn great job. Excellent job. Really, he made that movie. As far as like, the movie was, it was a good movie, but Deebo is what made it a classic. Crazy motherfucker. 2 girls in West Valley, 9 and 4, stole their parents' car and took off on the fucking freeway. This shit's crazy. Like they took off on the motherfucking freeway. got into a car accident. They smashed up. Luckily they had their seatbelts on. They smashed into a semi truck and they both okay as far as you can be when you 9 and 4. They talking about they want to go to California. These motherfuckers in West Valley. They talking about they want to go to California so they can see the ocean. Hey, kids, man. And they actually got in the car and took off over there in West Valley. I saw that shit on the national news. I was like, what the fuck? They was talking about West Valley, Utah. Little badass kids. Goddamn Dr. Boyce put out some shit with Dr. Claude just a couple of hours ago. So it's good to see the man still alive and kicking. And got something to say. I haven't watched it yet, but I got something. I think it's something to do about how Biden sucks. Which is, I like the motherfucking. I watch that man talk about anything. You know what I'm saying? He's a good dude. I hate that I gotta fucking watch Dr. Boyce to fucking get to him. Because Dr. Boyce be out there. Well, I already talked about him. But Dr. Claw fuck with him. So I fuck with him. At least so I can have access to Dr. Claw, man, because you can't find him nowhere except fucking Dr. Voice Watkins.
I just created. You think I want to escape from this? There is no escape from this.
As far as that Sekiro shit go, I actually am glad that
it's not about what I want.
Like I just learned how to fucking record that shit.
You thought we could be decent men in an indecent time.
I thought it's been like months, so I'm like super rusty at that shit. I was like really good at it. I'm still pretty good, but I think I'm good enough to get through it without motherfucking dying if I just really concentrate. But that shit is it's fucking hard.
Lost everything.
And since I'm rusty, I think it's better that I'm recording them. You know what I'm saying? Because it looks like a real challenge. Because before, it's like a lot of these dudes that are just getting all kinds of hits and killing me. I mean, not actual deaths, though. I resurrect. So it's not a real death. But it's dudes that would normally just not even be able to touch me, or maybe touch me one time in a fight, that's just beating the shit out of me to the point where it looks like I might die. But I've been making it through it so far. But it's like it's just it's a good challenge, basically. It's a good challenge, and I'm glad that I'm recording it not where I'm just slap chopping everything that I come across, just pure beating the shit out of everything, but I'm rusty, so it's actually a fucking challenge, which I actually need, because it puts me more on point. Because I think I'd be so I would get so good at this shit that I would get cocky and just walk into shit in a dumb way, and it looks like I'm cheesing the game, but in reality that game is hard as fuck, and it cheats and it cheeses and it does everything. So if you can cheese that motherfucking game, then you goddamn should, because that game is gonna cheese your ass, man, especially in the first go round when you ain't got no goddamn, you ain't got shit to fight with. It's just a fucking beast of a game. I think I'm getting pretty close to being done with it. But yeah. I'm actually glad I'm recording these shits where I'm not just slicing and dicing, because you can see that shit anywhere. Motherfuckers just beating the shit out of these fucking characters, because they're just like superhuman good at fucking video games. But when I look at my shit, I'm like, man, I'm getting my ass beat in some of these, but I persevere. And that's what the fucking Sekiro is all about. You ain't supposed to just walk through the motherfucker and just beat the shit unless you just constantly 24/7 playing that motherfucking game. Ain't nobody got time for that. You fucking play it every once in a while and you just get better. And you just become good. But these motherfuckers that's all on the internet with they fucking walkthroughs, it's not reality. Those motherfuckers are like professionals trying to tell amateur, just do it like this. It's like a professional basketball player telling somebody, this is how you play basketball. And then a motherfucking regular person trying to play basketball like Kobe or like Mike, and being like, why can't I play like that? And it's like, duh, because you ain't a fucking professional. You gotta find your own way. So I like that. Getting beat, or not getting beat, but getting beat on. So far I haven't got beat. So this is the farthest I've gotten without getting an actual kill. But yeah, those girls running around in that car. That's about the only news. Is your average political bullshit. Republicans being dicks, Democrats being subservient and whiny. Nothing new. So yeah, that's it. For fucking June 3rd. June 4th, 2021. Walking on a treadmill. Watching. Fuck, I don't even know. I got done with Batman yesterday. So I don't know what the fuck I put in it. Guess we'll see in a minute. Ain't shit on the news. Yeah, it's the same old bullshit on the news. I watched that Dr. Claude Anderson. But it was basically all the stuff that he already talked about, that I already heard about. Like, motherfuckers need to stop goddamn being all loyal to these fucking Democrats. Create their own party and shit. But probably already been through that shit like 4 or 5 times. And he was talking about Black Wall Street. And it's just like, man, y'all motherfuckers acting like if they do something symbolic or just symbolically recognizing what these fucking assholes used to do all over this fucking country. Anytime some black motherfuckers is living together, the fucking Klan would always fucking come fuck up their shit. But it's bullshit. The Klan is just dirty white motherfuckers. They always get to blame it on this fucking whack-ass gang of twats. A bunch of redneck fucks. But anytime some white assholes want to do some shit anonymously, they just throw on a fucking hood and call themselves the fucking Klan. And you can just blame it on the fucking Klan. This anonymous organization of assholes. Fucking bitch ass motherfuckers. The Klan is white motherfuckers. It ain't got shit to do with anything else. It's a bunch of dirty white motherfuckers. They was cops. They was government officials. They was teachers. They was fucking science. Every single kind of asshole white motherfucker is the Klan. And those assholes used to run around fucking up shit. Anytime black motherfucker get anything, including Black Wall Street in Tulsa, including like the when they made a movie about Rosewood. But it's like you said, it was hundreds of different fucking towns would pop up where black people would just make a fucking community of their own and shit after getting out of slavery in the South and in the North. They would get fucked with. And it was always with the blessing or the backing or the straight up fucking help of the goddamn pig. Sometimes the fucking military. So why black people fuck with these motherfucking organizations? Realizing them, these fuckers are. I don't get it, but no, I think it's not G.I. Joe. I don't know what the fuck this is. But yeah, Black Wall Street was all over the place. And what they call gentrification, they used to just be fucking white motherfuckers running around with the backing of police, with black people not being allowed for some stupid ass for some obvious reason, fucking to not have no guns, and these assholes got all the guns. They could just come raid black communities, do whatever the fuck they want. Dirty motherfuckers. But yeah, just another thing that we already knew. I mean, I knew that shit. We're watching Kung Fu Hustle. Alright. So yeah, that's what he mainly talked about. Stuff that he already talked about, and stuff like Rosewood and Black Wall Street and Tulsa. But yeah, it's not just slavery. It's these fucking pirates. They always fucking call themselves the Klan, but in reality, it was just dirty whites. You blame that shit on the Klan, and the fucking actual gang that is known as the fucking Klan is just that. It's a gang. But it was white motherfuckers, and it was sanctioned by the fucking government, sanctioned by the motherfucking local governments, sanctioned by the motherfucking churches. God damn. All the destruction of everything black has always been sanctioned by the churches, and you fucking assholes want to be a part of that fucking piece of shit. Anyway, I'm finna watch this movie. Fuck y'all, motherfucker. What is it? June 5th, 2021. Walking on treadmill. Watching. Fuck. What is this shit? Started watching it yesterday. Oh yeah, Kung Fu Hustle. I ain't see shit worth the mention in the news, but fucking, I watched all that shit that Dr. Claude did. Man, he crushed that shit, man. That dude is so fucking cool for an old ass dude. Like, man, this motherfucker just gets it. It's like everybody else spend all their time hating on black people, and including black kids, especially black boys. And so you see all these fuck motherfuckers, these bougie bitches that just ain't got no love for fucking black kids, black boys especially. It's fucking gross. It's the way they just talk all this shit about how these motherfuckers are so terrible. These are your brothers. These are your kids that you talking about, you fucking pieces of shit. This is you yourself that you shitting on, you assholes. Fucking with goddamn kids because they in gangs. You dumb fucking assholes act like you don't realize that, motherfucker, if them kids had something else to do, then they wouldn't be gangbanging, you dumb fucking stupid shits. They ain't got shit else to do. Dr. Claude was like, man, I was a principal in this school. It was supposed to be all the baddest kids, the baddest boys that you could find in Detroit. And everybody fucking, gave up on them, and these kids were basically just pieces of shit. But he was like, I just gave them something to do, and I gave them, some discipline, because that's what a lot of kids want. Even the gang life, it's fucking structured. A lot of fucking kids are looking for structure. Structure's a lot easier to deal with than fucking chaos. But motherfuckers don't get that shit. And he was like, man, I took these kids, they supposedly so bad, but by the time I was done with them, they was at the top, or they were fucking, I think it's like the whole fucking shit had basically doubled their fucking GPA. And the kids weren't getting in trouble and shit. So the kids stopped, you know, because they had something to do, because they had somebody to look up to, and they had a fucking structure, they did better. You know what I'm saying? Of course they gonna fucking, if you just constantly calling them pieces of shit that can't fucking do nothing ever fucking positive, that's what they gonna think. Especially that's what they gonna show when they around your punk ass. But if you treat people like fucking people, then they gonna fucking treat you like people back. That's the fucking problem. Fucking people suck. Dr. Claw's like, man, I fucking took these kids and everybody's talking about how bad they was and shit. But in reality, they just didn't have nothing to do. They didn't have no structure. You give it to them and they more than happy to, you give them the possibility of getting a job. They more than happy to go take that job. Rather than fucking sitting out on the fucking streets doing nothing, being broke. You fucking assholes just don't ever fucking offer them shit. So you fucking be all surprised and shit when them motherfuckers be getting in trouble. That's what everybody do when they ain't got shit to do. They either sit around, be bored as fuck, or they get in trouble. That's the only fucking problem, man. That's my fucking... This shit is so stupid. But yeah, motherfucking Dr. Claw gets it, man. I think all these assholes get it, but it's just so easy to shit on black kids, especially boys. That these fucking pieces of shit, they make a living off of it, just like ESPN makes a living off fucking shitting on T.O. and Pac-Man Jones and all the motherfuckers that they shitting on nowadays. The rest of the media makes fucking a living off of shitting on black kids, especially boys. That shit fucking pisses me off. I see it all the time. I see it all the time from these supposed well-meaning good black people, but they full of fucking shit. Because they totally forget what it was like to be fucking broke. Or they don't never know what it was like to be broke. And they fucking judging something they don't know nothing about. And they ain't never fucking been in a goddamn community where all the motherfucking kids are friends in a neighborhood. That's what a gang is, you fucking pieces of shit. These fucking people suck. Dr. Claw gets it. I knew it. It's like, it's a reason why I like this motherfucker, because he is just way more intelligent than the rest of all of y'all motherfuckers. All the leadership, all the people in the media, all the people in the church, everybody is just so full of shit when you see a real motherfucker that gives a real fuck about black people. Seriously. All these motherfuckers is trash. Anyway, these motherfuckers, yeah, Dr. Claw fucking nailed that shit, and he nailed that shit with about how Biden ain't shit and how Obama ain't shit. It's like, and he's just, you can tell, man, that man's so old and he's just so sick of the fucking bullshit that these assholes been pulling. Constantly fucking around. And black motherfuckers just constantly fucking eating it up, knowing that it's some bullshit. That man is just fucking disappointed with everybody, especially black bougie motherfuckers. I think that's cool as shit that he fucking said that you should not, that you should, instead of just throwing gangbangers away, he was like, give these kids something to do. They clearly got skills. These motherfuckers coming around got all this goddamn money and shit. Some of them clearly understand motherfucking economics. Some of these motherfuckers could count faster than me when they be out fucking dealing their drugs and shit. He was like, man, some of these motherfuckers could count faster than me and shit. And it's real. It's so much different kinds of intelligence that motherfuckers have to use. Like when I said I knew dudes back in my gangbanging days that could coordinate and strategize on the level of motherfucking Navy SEALs. Like just draw shit up out of their mind, like how we gonna do this and shit. And I'm just telling you, man, it's a lot of 16, 15-year-olds that have just been given up on, but they brilliant in their own goddamn way. There's all different kinds of genius, and people just ignore black genius unless it's fucking athletic. Cause y'all some bitches, and you fucking let them. I fucking finally beat that goddamn fucking Sekiro game without goddamn dying, which is amazing how much better I feel now. Hey, seriously, I was riding my scooter around just a couple hours ago, and I was happy to the motherfucker, cause that shit is like a stress that's been stressing me, because like I said, I don't like to give up. So when I fucking come across something that's like super hard, like even the way I won, I got beat on so bad in comparison to how I used to just coast through the game. But I think getting beat on like that, it definitely kept me more focused. It's like I knew I could not just jump into shit like I used to, and like I would always inevitably lose, because I'd be jumping into some stupid shit. But I fucking did it right this time, and it looked like I was cheesing the game. All the motherfucking bitches would be like, "Oh, you did, you cheese." You fucking right. Look at how fucking janky that goddamn camera is. Look at all them fucking invisible shits that I was telling you about that you run into if you watch that shit. That game is hard as fuck. That game cheats, and it'll cheese the shit out of you, so you a stupid motherfucker if you choose to fucking play by their rules when you can fucking cheese that goddamn game and get through it without no deaths. So fuck y'all motherfuckers. I'm done with Sekiro, of course, until Sekiro 2 comes out. Sekiro 2 comes out, and that's gonna be a whole nother situation, because I'm definitely getting that shit whenever they come out with it. And then, got done with Sekiro, so I'm finally not gonna be fucking having that shit bugging me so much no more. Nah. Yeah, I think that's about it. It's Kung Fu Hustle. It's a good ass movie. And it's in Chinese, so I should be paying more attention. This is a very good movie, though. It's corny in some spots. It's a cartoon. It's a live action cartoon. But these motherfuckers do some badass stunts and some awesome kung fu. And it's just a really good, nice story. Everything doesn't always have to be where the dicks win. This is a good story. Alright, June 5th. June 6th, 2021. Walking on the treadmill. Watching Kung Fu Hustle. This movie is so good. I haven't really watched the news at all. I looked over some shit earlier, and it just did not interest me, so it didn't even fucking register. As far as I've been looking on Facebook, which ain't normal because I don't like Facebook or anything they stand for. Like, my motto has always been, if motherfuckers are in the past, it's for a reason. leave them in the past, typically. I mean, it's some motherfuckers that come out the past and come back into your life and shit, and it's cool. But most of the time, it's like motherfuckers got left in the past for a reason. Best to leave them there. That's what I figured out. Like, talking to a lot of motherfuckers from school and shit. It was like, man, that shit's boring. I got friends now that can bore me to death like that. How the fuck am I reaching in the past for boredom? So I don't really fuck with that shit. But I've been seeing my cousins on there a lot. So I wanted to motherfucking check in with them and see how they doing and shit. And they all looking good, man. That's fucking good. It's like my little cousin, I always be talking about, that motherfucker look good as fuck, man. I'm glad. That shit like make me feel good and like see these motherfuckers. As far as that's just been reminding me of some shit. It's been reminding me. Me and my cousin, man, we used to get in a lot of trouble. I always tell that shit about how much we used to do and all the dumb shit we used to do. But I don't really ever say nothing. But we was just kids, so it ain't no big deal. That's like, in many ways, I don't really like talking about this shit as much as I used to. Because, like, when I was a kid and I would talk about these things, it would be like funny to me and shit. You know what I'm saying? But now when I look back at it, it's like, fuck, man, I could have been a way better role model to my cousins. Because instead of trying to like look out for them like an older cousin that was almost like a brother, especially when I come during the summer, it's like I could have definitely been a better role model. Because I had him by like 3 years. So he pretty much followed me and shit. And we would be like a little gang unto ourselves. Just, you know what I'm saying, out there doing dumb shit. And it's like I didn't never just fucking like put a stop. Not only did I not put a stop to any of the bullshit, it was like I motherfucking encouraged. I was a bad fucking role model. It's like I couldn't wait to get in trouble. And since they was like down with me, especially my little cousin Barry, it's like I do feel bad. I do wonder sometimes if I'd have been a better role model, like, you know, maybe he wouldn't have gotten as much trouble back when he was a kid. The motherfucker look good now, so I'm glad. It's like he got into and well, I got into a bunch of trouble too. We all did. I just feel like even though we were, God damn, this dude. This motherfucking movie is the shit. I don't know if I want to tell it. Well, I'll just rewind to this shit. But so I don't know. I was a shitty fucking big cousin. I could have definitely been better and led them down a better road. Cause, like I said, they were younger than me, especially my little cousin, and even Jermaine, like my friend from across the street. I could have encouraged them to do better because I was older, but I didn't. I chose to like, it's like when I would think up shit, like a lot of times as kids, we would just run around doing dumb shit. But sometimes I would like really put my mind to the mayhem. And it's like, I guess, it's not that I feel like I led them down a road necessarily. It's like I would just create this chaos running around with these guys. You know what I'm saying? And then I would leave. I would go back to Minnesota, and they would be, you know what I'm saying, still living, you know what I'm saying, in the wake of all the fucking chaos that I created. You know what I'm saying? And all motherfuckers know is they was with me. So they the ones that know. I'm just they cousin, and I go fuck off back to Minnesota and shit. And then I just wonder how many times they had to fucking deal with some of the stupid shit that I would put us up to. So, yeah, that's how. Yeah, that's how I look at it now as an adult. It's not as fucking cute and funny as like I used to think about it, and I would tell these motherfucking stories and shit. Because in reality, I think about now how many times did we do some stupid shit that I put them up to, and if they have to fucking pay for that shit after I was gone. It's like, I do wonder about that shit sometimes, because I would get us up to some dumb shit. Like one time, this motherfucker, there was this kid, goddamn, I was probably 13 or 14. So that means my cousin was probably about 10 or 11. And I had just got back to Chicago, and we were walking around the neighborhood and shit. My cousin was telling me about some of the beef that he had, and I think he told me that he had got jumped, or some kid wanted to fight him or something. And me being an asshole, instead of being like, hey, you know what I'm saying, I'm immediately like, hey, let's go find this motherfucker here. You know what I'm saying? But like, he was telling me how this kid is always with a gang of kids. Now, to me, these is just a bunch of little kids. So I'm like, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? How many kids he with? But we made a plan to basically, this plan that I thought up completely is such an asshole move, that we was gonna come, or I was gonna come and we knew where they was at, so we were at first just gonna jump on these motherfuckers, but I didn't want to be beating up a bunch of little kids, because that's who we ran with. It was like, this kid was my cousin's age, maybe he was like a year older than my cousin, so that put him about 2 years younger than me. So that one I was willing to smack around a little bit. But he was supposedly running around with a bunch of his little brothers and cousins and shit all the time that were maybe a year or two younger than my little cousins. So I was like, I ain't finna be fighting a bunch of little motherfuckers like that. That's too little. So the plan was to get, this kid's name was Urkshton. The plan was to get Urkshton separated from all his little relatives, and then we was gonna motherfucking get his kid a smack, basically. You know what I'm saying? Because I think I can't remember what it was. They had some kind of beef. I don't remember what it was, but I do remember that he had I think it was either he had jumped on him or had been threatening to jump on my little cousin. So, you know, that set me off. I was like, let's go find this motherfucker. So we walking, and we find them, because my cousin knew where they be at. So it was I think it was me, I think Jermaine, my little cousin Barry, my little cousin TJ, and maybe a couple other motherfuckers, but it was us. We was the main motherfuckers. So as I'm fucking I walk up to this kid, and right away, now this kid could see that, you know what I'm saying, I'm bigger than him, and I'm with Barry, so, which is his kind of enemy and shit. I don't know what shit they had got up to, but it was some beef between these motherfuckers. I didn't know enough about anything other than I wanted to get in some shit. So I walk up to Urkshton, I'm like, what's up, man? You got a problem with my little cousin? And right away he bowed down. He was like, no, man, I ain't got no problem with your cousin and shit. And he was like, and I can't remember exactly what we said, but we fucking I don't know. We was like chopping it up for a minute, and the kid actually seemed really fucking friendly, but it was like a thing. It was like a thing to it was like, okay, my whole thing with my cousin was we was gonna lure Urkshton away and get him separate from the little guys, and then we was all gonna jump on Urkshton. But once I got him, you know what I'm saying, I started talking to him and shit, because I walked straight up on him. I was like, hey, you got a problem with my little cousin, you got a problem with me, basically. And the kid bowed down. He didn't want none of that static. I was way bigger than him. And my cousin, I don't even think, I think once Urkshton started being cool, like he kind of changed his vibe and his mind, I think, a little bit about what we was about to do. But I was like, he had changed his mind, I think, about what we was about to do. But me being an asshole kid, I chose to motherfucking keep it going. And instead of like calling it off when it was obvious that this Urkshton kid is actually pretty fucking cool, like, cause we was talking for a minute, like once we realized that he didn't want no beef and shit, we just started talking like, you know what I'm saying, what you up to and shit like that, because we was trying to get him separate, you know what I'm saying. And we talked about some ideas about what we should do and shit, as just kids go have some fucking fun and type shit. But we was like, man, all these little kids, they can't come, because all of us was like between my age and my little cousin's age, and we supposedly didn't want a bunch of little kids trailing with us. But like, right, even when I said that shit, I was just like, fuck. Even when I felt like I should have called that shit off in reality, but because the kid was cool, this kid was actually pretty fucking cool. Like when we started talking this shit, and I actually did kind of like it. I liked this motherfucking style, and I think we was all in the same gang, or we was all soon to be in the same gang. We was all like, we wasn't gangbanging yet, but we was messing around on the peripherals kind of shit. And he was a lot like us, you know what I'm saying? So we told him we was gonna go swimming or some shit, and he's like, all right, he's gonna come with us. And he tells the little shorties they can't come. Them kids is mad. They all sad. They want to come with us and shit. You can see these kids got sparkles in their eyes at the thought of somebody my age being nice to them, because a lot of older kids is just dicks to little kids. as we proved. But anyway, so we start walking, and we get about 2 blocks away from where we were. And instead of, this is fucking almost embarrassing to tell now as an adult, but as we walking down there, like seriously, I could have just fucking squashed that shit. We could have all just been friends. Right there. But I was just like, we got about 2-3 blocks away, and then I just turned on Urkshton, and I was like, yeah, right, nigga. I punched him. But because he was littler than me, I didn't really like want to hurt him and shit. And probably because I liked the kid a little bit, I didn't really want to hurt him. So I hit him with my left hand. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't enough to do any real damage to him. I think I hit him in the body. It was just a body blow and shit. And he just basically, he knew what was up. We was about to jump him. So, man, I didn't hit him very hard to start it off. So he just backed up and ran. And then we looked as he's running, though all those little kids, and there was probably about 10 of them, all them little kids was standing there about half a block or a block away, because they was sneaking and they was gonna come with us whether we liked it or not, basically. You know what I'm saying? But like, they didn't know that we was gonna jump them or anything. I don't think they was worried about any of that shit. I think they just wanted to go, and they was following. So Urkshton goes running off, and then we all see at the same time that all them kids, they seen what's going on, and they looking around picking up bricks and bottles and shit. And well, we don't got time to fucking find shit. We don't got time to look at nothing for nothing. All of a sudden, bricks and bottles just come flying in. You know what I'm saying? As soon as Urkshton just got a couple feet away from us, basically, and we saw where he was running towards, bricks and bottles is just coming in at us. So we gone. We start running this shit. We had to be a good 20 blocks away from our house, our neighborhood. So we fucking hoofing it down Lake Street. You know what I'm saying? And I just remember this crazy motherfucking shit. This, the scene of, as we're running, you know what I'm saying? And it's about 4 or 5 of us, and it's all them kids is behind us, about maybe a half a block behind us, throwing shit at us and shit constantly. And I remember as I'm looking, I'm seeing all the motherfucking, like, the basic just fucking carnage and chaos is going on next to me and shit, because these bricks are smashing shit. The ones that aren't hitting us, the bottles that ain't hitting us, they're smashing into cars, they're smashing into fucking windows. It's like just a swarm of craziness following us kids as we're running this shit. It's so far to run that these kids had forever to just keep chucking shit. When they run out of shit to throw, they fucking pick up some more shit, because it's garbage everywhere and rocks and shit everywhere. So them kids had a never-ending fucking, supply. And I just remember this one time in particular, looking over. It's crazy when I think about it, because I always, in these type of situations when we're running, sometimes for our like fucking very freedom of lives, like unless it was with the cops, but when it's just running from other kids or some shit, or running from just getting done with some dirt, I would just be giddy. I love that fucking shit, man. I would just have the biggest fucking smile on my face as this crazy shit is crashing around me. I would be giggling and fucking laughing and shit, because none of us were really getting hit by anything. We were getting hit a little bit in our backs, but all of us have been hit by rocks and shit before. As long as nobody hit us like with no major shit in our head. it was kind of just a fucking fun time, and we were getting what we deserved because of me doing some stupid shit. I remember this motherfucker as I'm running just laughing and giggling and shit, and this fucking car that I'm running past, it like just shatters. The fucking the back windshield just fucking shatters. And I'm like, God damn, man, these motherfuckers is for real. Cause I know how hard you gotta throw something to shatter a fucking windshield, or how heavy the shit they throwing gotta be. So that's when I was real like, hey man, this shit ain't fucking funny. This shit getting real. We get hit some shit that cause splash a windshield is gonna be problems. So we knew this kind of bum dude that lived on Lake in kind of an abandoned, I don't know if it was an abandoned house or just a shitty house that he was the only one living in, but it looked abandoned. And we knew this dude stayed up in there, so we fucking cut into his yard and ran up the stairs and shit, and it's kind of a balcony, and I remember Jermaine just banging on the door, let us in, let us in. And that kid opened the door. He was a kid, but he was like a much older, probably teenager, like way older, but he was like homeless or something. And he looked down there and saw all them kids with fucking bricks and bottles and shit. He was like, hell no, y'all get y'all asses out of here and shit. And he chased us off basically. And so we had to like run out the back alley. Them kids on the street saw us running there, so they take up the chase again, and we finally get to our neighborhood basically. The whole time they throwing shit at us. None of us get really hurt, but we all get hit by some shit. So as we get to our neighborhood, of course, they stop and cut off, because then we have a whole bunch of backup that sees us running this shit. They gonna come, even if it's a bunch of little kids. The kids gonna catch a smack. So they fucking stopped chasing us once we got to the neighborhood. And yeah, that was basically it. Until I was like, no fucking way we could let them get away with this shit. Once again, not just letting shit go. We got what we deserved. I fucking started that shit, and I should have just squashed it. We was all getting along good. I should have just fucking let it go, but I didn't. I was like, I punched that kid, and his little motherfucking relatives did what they supposed to do, and they fucking chased us all the way back to our neighborhood. So as we get back to the neighborhood, we all kind of fucking licking our wounds and shit, and feeling like some assholes getting chased through Chicago by some little kids. So as we like feeling like some assholes, I'm like, fuck this shit. You know where this motherfucker live? He was like, and my cousin was like, yeah, I know where he live. And I was like, all right, we going over there. We gonna fuck up some shit. So once again, just dumb as fuck. I could have just fucking left it. And I was the oldest, and I was the most responsible. It's funny too, the thing about TJ, even though TJ is way faster than the rest of us, way faster than the rest of us, he chose to stay with the group and endure the fucking people throwing shit at us, when he could have just outran everybody and just left us behind and shit. But he chose to stay with us, like stay as a part of the group. That's a trip, because all of us are average or better speed, but TJ was just way fast. He could have easily outran us, you know what I'm saying? But he chose not to. That's just something I remember. He stayed with us and shit. And so we get back to the house, and it's me, Jermaine, Barry. I think TJ was like, man, I'm out. I ain't finna get into no more shit. Cause he was like, he wasn't really the type of kid that get in that much trouble. It was typically me and Barry. And it was typically Barry following me into some stupid shit. So it was like, TJ was like, man, I'm out. And so it was me, Barry, and Jermaine. God damn, I think it was somebody else. It feels like it was somebody else with us. But it was definitely me, Barry, and Jermaine. And so we get to his apartments. Alright? And we got this plan that we just gonna fucking fuck everything up. And if we can't get to him, then we just gonna motherfucking like threaten him and harass him and shit. So as we fucking I see this big ass fence, because we go through the alley and shit, because we couldn't just go in. It was a security building. You had to know the security to get in. But in the back, there was this big ass fence. The fence had to be 15, 20 feet. It was a big fucking security fence. But there was nothing that could stop us, because we was all good at climbing fences. Like, we was good at that shit. And I remember the kids being like, man, you seriously want to go over that big ass fence? And I was like looking at them like they was some bitches. I totally encouraged these kids to do something that they knew they didn't want to do, that they knew was dangerous, because jumping over a big ass fence like that was fucking not smart. Especially for us kids. But I talked them into it. So they followed me over this big ass fence. Once you get to the top, you put your fucking foot over. You get your foot into the fucking thing, and then you basically just walk down. It wasn't like we jumped all the way down from the shit, but it was still, if one of us would have failed, it would have been a stupid way to get hurt. And I just don't even think. I just didn't think ever. So we went over the fucking fence. I think it was 4 of us. It might even been 5 of us, but I definitely remember it was me, Jermaine, and Barry. And first thing we was gonna do, they had an elevator, so we was gonna fuck up their elevator, and then we would just play it by ear from there. And we, as we were walking in to the building, we come up on a fucking fire extinguisher. So immediately, like some assholes, we start spraying the fucking fire extinguisher as we're running down the hallway. Get to the motherfucking Get to the fucking hallway. Get to the elevator, and we just proceed. We go up the elevator first, so we can get to the fucking place where they're at, where Urkshton apartment was at. We go up in the elevator. After we get to the top and shit, we beat the shit out of that motherfucking elevator, knocking out all the glass, knocking out, fucking up the buttons, fucking up the whole goddamn. Yeah, we had brought some like bathroom cleaner type shit also with us. So we had a fire extinguisher, a bunch of bathroom cleaner type shit, and we just went to work on that fucking elevator with the fire extinguisher and just breaking shit. You know what I'm saying? So we just tore that motherfucker up. Tore up the doors, everything. It was destroyed in seconds. Because we was some assholes. Damn, I think we had a knife too. We fucking running through the halls, pouring like bathroom shit all over the fucking place. Just being wild kids. Running through these halls on this kid's floor. And knocking out lights and shit like that as we would go past them. Throwing just all kinds of nasty shit everywhere. And we get to Urkshton's apartment, and my cousin's like, that's his apartment right there. So I'm like, alright. And I grabbed the knife, and remember what I was talking about? I stabbed my motherfucking my door, trying to be like fucking Schwarzenegger or something like that. Trying to motherfucking stick it through the door. This must have happened before then. This definitely happened before then. Cause I had a fucking knife, and I fucking it was like gonna be like a threatening warning type shit. God, so stupid when I think about it. But I fucking stabbed the knife into their door. And their door was, it was a cheap apartment door, so that fucking knife went right through it, no problem. You know what I'm saying? Well, not all the way through it, but it penetrated, no problem. I didn't hurt myself or none of that shit. But as soon as I fucking hit that shit, that shit opened up like it was somebody waiting on us. And the door opens and all I see is the flash of a broom. A broom is like fucking slashing out, trying to hit us kids with it and shit. And I remember I was just laughing my ass off at this old lady that came out swinging this fucking broom at us and shit. So I think I pushed my cousin and whoever was with us down the stairs basically to get away from this lady because we was right by the stairs basically. I'm like, let's go. We kind of just tumbled down the first flight. Not really tumble, but we just a quick struggle our way. And the old lady grabs Jermaine. And I remember looking back, and Jermaine just had this terrified look on his face, man. He's like, help me, help me. He's just screaming and shit. And for a second, I thought about bum rushing the lady. But then it was like, what the fuck am I gonna do? I'm not gonna fucking bum rush this old lady. And she dragged him into the fucking apartment as she's like hitting up, swinging at us and hitting him with the fucking broom. She drags him into the fucking apartment and we was just gone. We didn't even think about stopping and trying to fucking fight for him. We let him get took. Jermaine got snatched the fuck up inside that apartment. And we ran. And I remember we got about half a block away. And in the middle of a lot of those Chicago streets, there's like these big grass sections. So it's like this direction, huge grass section, and then this direction over here. So, two one-way streets on the sides of these big grass sections. We ran about a half block, ran through the street, just laughing our asses off at the sight of that old lady in a fucking nightgown, swinging a motherfucking, swinging a broom and snatching Jermaine up. And it's like we knew he was gonna be okay. So it was funny to us, and we got to the fucking the grass street, and we just all collapsed, and we was just laughing so fucking hard. It was such a fun time, but it's also like, I totally instigated that shit. I egged it on. I started it up when it got squashed. Everything was just bad decision after bad decision from me. And because I'm the oldest, they would follow. And I don't know, I look back on that shit. It was like, we did collapse and we were laughing our asses off. And it was funny as fuck to us. But it was also fucked up that we let Jermaine get caught like that. We didn't even try to fight for him. We didn't even try to pull him away. It was just like he was trying to fucking grab onto us to like help him. And we pulled away and just fucking stumbled down the stairs and shit and ran. But we started some shit as kids, and you know what I'm saying, if we got caught, we knew we could get in trouble. And I remember they brought him home and told his mom what he had done. And I think he got in a little bit of trouble. And they came over to our house and told him what we had done. And I guess our parents had to pay some kind of money or restitution to them. And we just basically apologized and agreed to stay away and not be fucking with Urkshton no more. And it's just like things like that. I would never think about what could the repercussions of that shit come back on my cousins once I'm gone. I never ever thought about the fucking repercussions of when I'm not around. Because some of these kids we would fuck around with would be bigger. They would be smaller than me, but they would be bigger than my little cousins. And he would have to deal with that shit when I was gone by himself. Like, I never really thought about that shit. And I wish I did. Because there was certain times, there was plenty more times like what happened with Urkshton. Happened with, a lot of different situations where as the older cousin, I could have been like, hey, let's go do the right thing. Or let's go do something fun and not get in trouble. Because the times that we did hang out, like I said, on that Stand By Me. That shit was fun as fuck. We didn't get into any trouble. We could have been out having fun, but it was always me egging on trouble. It wasn't trying to get into trouble. It was just I didn't give a fuck. I just wanted to have fun. I was a broke motherfucker stuck in Minnesota for a big chunk of the year. And it's like I would want to just get a fucking year's worth of fucking trouble and fun, my version of having fun, crammed into a summer. And that's what we'd do. We'd go out in the beginning of the day and come back when the fucking sun was down. We would have fucking all kinds of fun, but a lot of times it was dumb shit, getting into trouble, and just dumb shit that I wish, back in the day, even like with Urkshton, I wish that once he was like, oh, I don't want no beef, you know what I'm saying, and he wants to come hang with us and shit for real, I just wish that I wouldn't have fucking done that. And then after we got what we deserved, I wish we wouldn't have went over and fucking started even more shit. And while it was all funny and we collapsed laughing and it was a great memory because we did some stupid shit with that fucking fire extinguisher, it was fun. But it was dumb fun, and there's repercussions to that shit that I never had to deal with. I don't know. That Urkshton dude seemed like a good kid. And he would have probably been a good ally for my brother or my cousin to have. And instead of making him an ally, I created a motherfucking enemy that he would have to deal with when I wasn't around. I guess that's the problem I got with a lot of shit that I used to fucking think was funny. It's funny because I never had to deal with the consequences. But yeah, man, my cousin's looking good. He's looking healthy, strong. I was gonna motherfucking make a joke about, damn, is that Barry or is that the King of the Bloods? Cause this motherfucker was decked out in all red. But it's like, it's been so long since I've been seeing him. It's not right to just be talking shit right away. Motherfuckers don't even know if I'm being serious or not. So I just left it. But it's good to see my cousins is doing good, looking healthy and strong. They got kids. It's like I'm fucking happy. And I'm gonna get in touch with motherfuckers. I want to do some kind of reunion. Shit, I want to do some kind of motherfucking idea like Dr. Corby talking. And see if we can get these motherfuckers all in. That's what I want to do, but it's a lot fucking easier said than done, that's for sure. Anyway, I'm gonna fucking rewind this shit and watch this goddamn movie. I went and got a new water pick because my fucking water picker broke. And I'm just saying, all y'all motherfuckers just out there just brushing y'all teeth and not fucking around with a water pick. Y'all some motherfucking savages. Y'all living like some savages. It's like y'all living in the past. That fucking water picks is way better than just brushing your teeth or flossing or any of that shit. Matter of fact, you could probably just fucking do water pick like for as long as you do water pick twice a day, and you could probably get away with brushing actual brush with toothpaste once a week. And that's real, because the water pick fucking does everything. And not only that, toothpaste builds up underneath your gum and makes that tartar shit that you eventually have to get scraped out. Water pick don't do that. So it's almost best not to fucking brush every day, just water pick every day, twice a day. It's the shit. Highly recommended. And I got my new Amazon stick. So I think I only got like about 4 or 5 DVDs left. And they're all good ones that I like. So got that set up so I ain't gonna have to be out here bored while I'm walking. So yeah, shit's good. Rode my scooter down to the store with Tytzin. Nobody fucking fucked with our scooters while we were in there. Today was a good day. Was it June 6th? June 7th, 2021. We're walking on the treadmill. What the fuck is this? I think it's G.I. Joe. I don't like this movie. But I think it's the last bad movie I gotta watch, so let's do it. There ain't a lot on the news, a lot of boring shit. I seen this fucking dumbass lady was like, the fuck was she doing? I think she was like riding her bike with her like kids or some shit. And of course the bitch had a gun, because who doesn't go on a bike? Who doesn't take their gun on a bike ride? I mean, you're an asshole if you don't take your gun when you go out with your kids to ride your bikes. I mean, there's always fucking people that could jump you from every fucking corner. So of course you need your gun. My God. So this moron is riding her bike, and a fucking 6-month-old boxer gets out of her house, just like stupid ass Shelby does all the time. Any other motherfucker. This fucking dog gets out of the house at the perfect time as these assholes or this asshole and her kids are riding by. So the dog runs up on the kid, 5-year-old kid, and this fucking goddamn genius, instead of getting out and getting off her bike and yelling at the dog or doing something to put herself in front of the kid, she jumps off her fucking bike and starts shooting. I mean, goddamn, who the fuck does this shit? This is in Texas, by the way, so it makes sense. This motherfucker jumps off her bike and starts shooting, busting caps at this little fucking dog. I mean, he probably ain't no little. This is a 6-month-old boxer. So this fucking chicken shit, they should never fucking be anywhere near a goddamn gun. Fucking takes aim, shoots at the dog, misses, of course. Then the bullet supposedly ricochets and hits her own fucking kid. The kid lived. But my God, the fucking stupidity. Like the way these fuckers are being taught that you just, anything that's a fucking jump scares you, basically, you should just fucking shoot at it. And fucking ask questions afterwards. I mean, if a fucking dog came running at me, there's no time in the fucking, there's no dog other than maybe like a big ass Saint Bernard or a big ass fucking Marmaduke, one of the Great Danes, something like that. Like, even like I wouldn't want to go up against a Rottweiler either, but I have had a Rottweiler, and while the motherfuckers are big, they still just big cuddly dogs. And if you was to punch one of them motherfuckers in their eye as hard as you fucking could, or you fucking there's also ways to like really fuck up a dog. You grab them by the fucking bottom of their fucking by the bottom of their jaw, because they can't move their top jaw. You control that bottom jaw, especially if you grab the top of their jaw also, and you squeeze in where their lips are so they can't get their fucking teeth around their lips. So you're basically squeezing off. If they want to bite your hand, they have to bite through their lip to get to your hand. And you got to do this shit with power and aggression and motherfucking confidence that you gonna hold on. But you grab that motherfucker and by his fucking jaws, there, blah! That's gonna do as much damage as anything in nature. You know what I'm saying? Dogs don't like to get kicked in the face neither, or in the fucking stomach. There's plenty of things that you could do to a big dog. I'm just not saying like crazy ass Saint Bernard or a fucking Great Dane, that's different. But a German Shepherd, a Rottweiler, those type of big dogs can be handled. And this was a 6-month-old boxer, which might look scary to some bitch ass motherfucker that's freaking out about every little thing that jumps out of the fucking dark corners to fucking attack her and her children. I mean, to be that fucking paranoid that you carrying a motherfucking gun on a bike ride through the fucking city. God damn. And not only just carrying a gun, but ready to fucking bust off at the drop of a fucking dime, and you missing because of course it's fucking and then you shot your own kid. And I bet you this asshole is still packing. Right, took a fucking gun to the goddamn hospital because she's paranoid some nurse might jump out and fucking attack her. People like that, man. That's why guns is gonna take this motherfucker down. There's been all kinds of violence. Of course, these fucking pigs are trying to ignore all the motherfucking the mass murders because they just using like a clock counter now to count the mass murders only. And then they fucking try to go in on these one-offs and two-offs like it's just a whole fucking racial thing where it's these fucking young motherfuckers running around shooting shit up like crazy, and some of them are hitting kids and shit like that, which is true. That shit happens. But my God, that shit happens everywhere. But I just saw a motherfucking news report where these bitch ass motherfuckers is looking around the country for black specific violence. It was on ABC. And they looking for black specific violence to try to point out how fucking wild these kids is. Not pointing out the thousands and hundreds of fucking other races and other fucking ages of people that are getting shot. It's, they fucking put out a bunch of numbers of everybody, but they only show fucking stories of black people. Because that's how these fucking pieces of shit do it. It's like we know goddamn well this white motherfuckers whacking each other all over the fucking place. But the only pictures, they put the numbers up as everybody. But the only pictures they showed was black people. ABC, man, you ain't nothing new. You ain't fucking fooling nobody with your bullshit. Fucking hacks. And that's it. There wasn't really shit else on the news. Joe Manchin getting kicked in the balls for sucking at life. But West Virginia is still gonna find a way to send that fucking piece of shit infiltrator back to fucking Washington next time around. Because, yeah, Joe Manchin sucks, but fuck those fucking assholes in West Virginia that keep sending that fucking asshole. Knowing goddamn well who this motherfucker is, this shit is not a fucking surprise anymore. So anybody that try to fucking pretend that they're just signing up for the fucking Democrat, you a fucking asshole. Yes, everybody in West Virginia, and I am not overgeneralizing now, because there ain't no way in hell that this shit ain't by design. These fucking pieces of shit. It's one thing, Kristen Sinema, who ran as a fucking progressive and tricked her way into this motherfucking role. Her fucking constituents got tricked. Hopefully they figure that shit out and get rid of that fucking bitch. But Joe Manchin been doing this shit for a long fucking time, and those assholes, those fucking hillbillies in goddamn West Virginia are doing that shit on purpose. Sending this fucking infiltrator to fucking Washington just to make sure he fucks up some shit. The goddamn literal definition of what he does was explained in that goddamn Ballad in the Bullet by Malcolm X. Motherfuckers know this shit. Joe Manchin comes from the land of Dixie. He is a fucking Dixiecrat. Just like the motherfuckers say, you can call him a conservative Democrat all you want. That dude is a Dixiecrat. He's buddies with Joe Biden. He takes the heat and the congratulations from the right and the conservatives. He takes the heat from the left. Joe Biden gets let off the hook because he says, hey, I tried, but it's these fucking asshole Dixiecrats. They just won't let me do my thing. It's not my fault. It's a game. Malcolm X described this exact shit like 50, 60 years ago. Fuck y'all motherfuckers pretending that you don't know what the fuck is going on. West Virginia needs to get they fucking shit together. West Virginia sending these fucking goddamn infiltrators to fuck up shit for the fucking Democrat. Like they do this shit so obvious. And then people sit around wondering why does Joe Manchin do what he do? Because he gets sent by these fucking pieces of shit down in Dixie to do that shit to the Democrats. This is a classic fucking goddamn con job. And the Nancy Pelosi's and the Chuck Schumers and the fucking Jim Clyburns and all that shit, they pretend that they don't know what the fuck is going on, that Joe Manchin's the problem. Everybody points their finger at Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin is a fucking piece of shit. Goddamn, for whatever reason, can't get elected as a Republican, but he believes in Republican conservative ideology, but somehow got elected as a Democrat. Those fucking pieces of shit that sent him to Washington did that shit on purpose. Fuck them. It's them. It's West Virginia sending that fucking asshole as a Democrat. Let him run as a Republican. Fucking get beat on. Fucking got some nerve. Anyway, I'm gonna watch this stupid ass movie. Fucking stupid ass fucking assholes acting like they don't know what fuck is going on with Joe Manchin. That shit is getting on my nerves so much. Everybody fucking trying to act like this is new. Man, this motherfucker been doing this shit for at least 10, 15 years since I've been seeing this bitch ass motherfucker on TV. Hell no, this shit ain't motherfucking new. This shit is by design. And you fucking Democrats in West Virginia, you fucking suck. And motherfucking the goddamn National Democrats should fucking censor your asses for goddamn sending these fucking Dixiecrats out. Still. That's why, man, seriously. Black motherfuckers fucking with these goddamn Democrats. And especially fucking with these Republicans. I mean, seriously. Y'all motherfuckers are the ones that's fucking everything up. Goddamn, if Dr. Claude didn't just say some very obvious shit, and he been saying this shit forever. Make yourself a fucking voting block instead of being all split as the assholes over here in the Republicans that are black. And then you got the assholes over here that are hardcore Democrats, a whole bunch of them, mainly women. Just love the shit out of the fucking Democrats and don't get nothing for it. Sorry, motherfuckers. Seriously, any of y'all motherfuckers fucking with the Democrats, man, just don't fucking talk to me. Any of y'all motherfuckers, any motherfuckers that fucking with Republicans already know you can't fucking talk to me because you suck. And I just ain't got time for you. But you Democrats are some sorry motherfuckers that you can't see this fucking obvious shit right in front of your fucking face. Then you kind of fucking deserve it, man. Joe Manchin is against the voting rights bill that says these assholes need to stop being racist with they bullshit that they've been pulling out in the last few fucking months since Trump lost his fucking election. All these fucking Republicans throwing tantrums and shit. And Joe Manchin is the lone Democrat that says, no, I think we have to have a bipartisan fucking answer to this issue. Your bipartisan shit is that 20 fucking states run by Republicans are motherfucking making it hard as fuck for everybody that ain't white Christian male to goddamn vote. And you stupid motherfucker trying to act like you don't, the only answer to that is somehow bipartisan. They're the ones doing it. So why would they fucking, it's such an asshole fucking thing. It's just such a stupid argument. It's the dumb fucking shit that this asshole gets away with. He'll go on TV and say some stupid shit like that. And a fucking reporter, nice and calmly, will just take it and just fucking trying to ask it in a different way, just to try to get this asshole to say something real. And it never happens because he will never fucking admit that, no, I'm a racist Democrat. I don't want voting rights either. I agree with these Republicans. For some reason, these dumbass Democrats keep sending me back. A lot of them black. Whole shit ton of them black women. In West Virginia. You fucking dumbasses. They keep sending me back for some reason, so I'm gonna keep doing the same fucking racist, ignorant shit that I do. He's not ever gonna say that. So stop fucking interviewing this motherfucker, asking him normal questions, and hit him with the real shit. Accuse him of being what he is, what he shows, what he does. Who gives a fuck what he's got to say? Fucking goddamn shitty ass journalists sitting there fucking trying to pretend they don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, seriously, politics is fucking trash. Democrats is fucking trash. They allow a fucking open infiltrator like that comes out with the dumbest fucking excuses, because in reality, there is no excuse for somebody that's supposed to be on the fucking, obviously not progressive side, but at least the liberal side, to say that he's against fucking voting rights, or going against the state's voting rights, because he wants Republicans to be involved in that shit, even though it's the Republicans are the ones that are doing it and throwing the tantrum. So the only way to fucking stop the Republicans, it would be if the Democrats did it, which they supposedly tried to do, but they knew that Joe Manchin would stop anything, so they could all just pretend that they were doing something, and then Joe Manchin steps up and does his racist ass job that he always does. It's a fucking joke. June 7th, man. Y'all, seriously, man. All y'all Democrats, all y'all Republicans, y'all motherfuckers suck. Falling for this dumb fucking shit. And I'm talking about white and motherfucking black and Hispanic and fucking Asian. I don't give a fuck who you are. If you're fucking riding for either of these parties, you are a piece of shit in my motherfucking book. Seriously. Y'all motherfuckers suck. They've been playing this game for so long that you are either super stupid and just an ignorant fucking dumb piece of shit goddamn made of fucking clay, or you just don't give a fuck because you that kind of piece of shit. But fuck you either way. I'm way past blaming Joe Manchin racist ass for the bullshit that he pulls when it's the Democrats that have been doing this shit forever. Listen to fucking Malcolm X, you fucking assholes. June 8th, 2021. Walking on the treadmill. Walking on the treadmill. Watching G.I. Joe. This movie is super average. It's not like the worst. It's just some pretty good action. It's like PG level acting and storyline, but they headshotting motherfuckers like this is rated R. But I don't know. It's pretty good. Pretty good. But it's got some good action, but it's just really bad acting and story. It's like Miami Vice level type shit. Or Bad Boys. Kind of like that type. Can't expect too much action or too much acting. As far as news, same old bullshit. Today is Best Friends Day. So let's talk about best friends. I already mentioned a few of these motherfuckers that were kind of like my best friends, like at the time, like Jermaine, my little cousin Barry, Chris. He's kind of like a basketball friend, really. I got a lot of dudes that were good friends, but only one best friend. That's Lincoln. Lincoln was a good dude back in the day. It's like, I don't know, it's a complicated story, but it's fucking best friends day. And like I said, I've had a few even out here, like that Adam dude. But I think best friends and shit like that. I've had good friends. Probably the most consistent friend that I was friendly with throughout my childhood was this kid named Sean. I don't think I'd ever considered him a best friend at any time, but he was a good dude. I think in second grade, his dad told him that he shouldn't be friends with me because I'm black. And he came up and just was like, man, you know how simple like kids can have like real ass conversations and they just keep that shit really fucking simple. And I just remember in like, I think, second grade, he walked up and he was like, we were like kind of friends, but we weren't like any special type friends, any of that shit. But he was like, he said, my dad said I shouldn't be friends with you because he doesn't like black people or something like that. And I was like, I just looked at him all weird and shit because he just came up and said that shit out of nowhere. He was like, but I don't believe that, so I'm not gonna listen to him. And I was like, okay, cool. And we just was friends and shit, always a bit. We were cool before that, but then we had just basically always been friends. You know what I'm saying? Since then. That was the first kid I got drunk with. Look at Sean. But like I said, he wasn't a best friend. First time I ever got drunk, I was 15. I just got back from Chicago. Probably within, I'd say, days of being back from Chicago. Within like 2 or 3 days of being back from Chicago. There's a football game in Crosby. So I was going to the football game. So I go into the town and you know, I've been in Chicago the whole summer, so I hadn't seen any of these kids and shit. So I saw Sean, and he was walking down the street with some other kids. God, I can't remember who none of the other kids were, but they were all going to Sean's house to do a little motherfucking drinking and shit for the game. The only drinking I had ever done before that was me and this kid, Jeremy. We like took a beer from his dad's like stash in the refrigerator one time and thought we was cool drinking it. Like we split a beer. So that's the most I had drank before then, that one time. And with Sean and them, we had those 20-ounce Mountain Dews, and Sean had a big ass, I think it was a fifth of whiskey, It was Canadian something, whiskey, and the fuck was the other one? I think it was gin. The fuck was it? Gin? Yeah, I think it was a fifth of gin and a fifth of whiskey. Can't remember exactly what it was, but we had Mountain Dew. So drink half of the Mountain Dew, filled up the rest of the shit with whiskey and gin. I had never drank before, so the motherfuckers told me to they told me to do this shit. Drink half of the fucking Mountain Dew and then fill the rest with straight liquor. Drink half of that real fast is what they told me to do. Drink that shit and then fill that, drink that halfway down and then fill that up with more alcohol all the way to the top. And that's what everybody was supposedly drinking. I don't know if they just tricked me into drinking that shit that much because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, or if we was all getting that drunk. I think everybody was pretty fucking drunk. Like they were all getting drunk, and maybe they just they weren't as fucked up from it as me. Or I don't know. It seemed like anybody that drinks that much should have been as fucked up as I was. It's because they were all just kids like me, 15 years old. So I drank all that shit, just like they said. I fucking drank half the fucking Mountain Dew, filled it up with motherfucking, I guess if it's a 20 ounce, 10 ounces of motherfucking straight liquor. Boom. Drank half of that down, fast as fuck, because I had no idea what it was gonna do to me. And then drank that halfway down, poured in another 10 ounces apparently of straight liquor, and then basically not fast drank it, but just kind of drank it within about 15 to 20 minutes. Like the first one I drank in just seconds. So we fucking we drink that shit. I'd say we all that shit within like a half hour, and we head to the football game. And I'm stumbling and seeing goddamn life in a cartoon basically because I ain't never been drunk before. Like what I don't even think you could call it even slightly buzzed is what I got from that fucking half a beer with drinking with Jeremy. But drinking with Sean, I was probably, this ain't even hyperbole. As much as I've drunk in my life, I believe that was the drunkest I've ever been. Like, in my life. I was so fucking toe up, man. They like trying to motherfucking get me under control to get into the football game so we don't get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Because kids would get those minor consumptions if they got caught, you know, being out drunk and shit. And I was very clearly just fucking gone, man. Like I really can just not remember a whole lot other than just stumbling through the gates. They was like helped me get through the fucking, like we walked about 2 or 3 blocks and we were just being drunk and loud and obnoxious, and then it was like, okay, you gotta chill out now that you going to this football game. So we all go into the fucking football game and we sitting in the stands and shit, watching what's going on. And I look around, you know what I'm saying? I'm just gone. I'm so fucked up. It's not even funny. And as I'm watching the game, like we're all sitting in the stands, and it's just everything starts spinning and shit. You know what I'm saying? At first it was fun, walking down the street, being all loud and obnoxious and just ridiculous like I've never been before. Like I really can't remember a whole lot of it. But it was fun. And we got to the game and it was fun and shit, seeing some of the people I hadn't seen all summer and shit like that. But I was also, you know what I'm saying, gone. So we're sitting in the stands and I just fucking went exorcist throw up. Just fucking everywhere, man. I was like, God, I'm spraying it. Like, I never threw up before. Like, I mean, I'm sure at some point as a kid you throw up and shit, but I never fucking threw up alcohol or been drunk enough to fucking throw up or any of that shit, man. I was wasted.
Oh, that's right. You don't kill. You thought it had. But make an exception.
I was wasted. And I just threw up everywhere, and like people got the fuck away from me fast as fuck. So I don't think I threw up on anybody, but just throw up was everywhere. I remember there's this redhead kid that I actually later became friends with that I never seen before, but he was like boyfriend of some chick that I grew up with, and then she was always kind of cool, and like he seen like how fucked up I was, me throwing up everywhere and shit. And he was like, man, you need to get out of here before the cops see you. And I was beyond going anywhere or doing anything. And at that point, Sean and all the kids that we was with, because there was probably about 4 or 5 of us, they fucking dipped out. They wasn't trying to help me and shit. They just wanted to get the fuck away from me so they didn't get minor consumptions also. So they just fucking bounced the fuck away from me. But then there was so I'm just basically sitting there in like a fucking circle of fucking throw up. And then there's Chris Mace, the kid that I talk about is really good at basketball and shit like that. That we was always cool, but right then is when he showed me what a really good friend really is. And he's just a decent person also. But we was friends, but I don't think I was hanging out with him right then because I was hanging out with Sean, and that's a totally different crowd. And we was drinking, and Chris wouldn't have nothing to do with that shit anyway, because he wasn't that type of kid. So Chris sees me all fucked up, you know what I'm saying, throwing up all over the fucking place. And instead of just abandoning me like everybody else did, he fucking snatches me up and gets his dad to drive me home. And I just remember him like motherfucking like making fun of me, but also taking care of me and shit. You know what I'm saying? On the way home. And I remember I was trying not to throw up in their van. Like, it was like really hard for me to not throw up anymore. But I was holding it in as much as I could. And I mean, my mouth was just filled with spit. By the time we got to my house, because, you know what I'm saying, I'm a good 10, 15 minutes. I'm a good 10, 15 minutes away from the town. So I'm just holding this fucking spit in, trying not to fucking throw up or spit in their car. And as they drop us, as he drops me off, Chris is like helping me out. And as soon as I stepped out of the car, I just let all that shit fucking just gush out. And I threw up all over his motherfucking Nikes. Like, out of all the shit that I did, like, I felt the worst about that. Like, cause this kid helped me out so fucking much, but I couldn't hold it in. It was like I was choking on the shit, basically, trying not to fucking throw up in their car. And then by the time, the second I got out, the kid was helping me, and it just fucking just gushed all over his fucking shoes. And I remember feeling terrible about that shit. But there's nothing I could help. And I remember I like apologized, and it was just like, man, that was cool as fuck of you to help me out. Making sure I didn't get no trouble and shit. And he was just like, it ain't no thing and shit. And I was like, man, I fucked up your shoes. And he was just cool with it and shit. He was like, man, he was like, you was stupid drunk and shit. And he made fun of me, but he wasn't even mad about it. That kid was cool as fuck, man. He was a cool as fuck kid. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like I didn't even pay no repercussions for that shit either. I think that was a major problem because I was drunk as shit. I was fucking throwing up, disgusting. You know, that would have been a perfect time to teach me a motherfucking lesson. But my dad just let me stumble into I think Chris's dad came in for a second and told him what was up. And he just let me walk into my room. I just stumbled into my room, didn't say nothing, and just fucking passed out on my bed. And then I didn't wake up till like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the next afternoon. And my dad didn't even say nothing. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get in no trouble. I didn't have to suffer because I had slept so long that I didn't have any kind of hangover or nothing.
How many more heads?
But if he would have made me stay up and do some exercise, or made me stay up and go clean up or do something while I'm so miserable drunk, and then wake me up all early so I could be fucking hungover and really feel how terrible a stupid ass fucking idea it was for me to get that fucking drunk, that would have been probably the right way to do it. Because I felt no repercussions from that shit. I wasn't hungover. I didn't get in any trouble, not from the police, not from the motherfucking, from my parent. So it was like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't learn nothing from it. I wasn't even really embarrassed about throwing up because I had drank so much that everybody knew there's a reason why I was fucking throwing up that much. It's not like I'm just some disgusting motherfucker running around throwing up. It was like I had got fucked up beyond. And I had been to parties and shit, but I had just never drank before. Like, drinking was just never nothing that, it just didn't interest me. That shit did not taste good. But for some reason, everybody else was doing it, so I did it. And I'm sure they had been partying all summer, so they knew their limitations. And I didn't. Had no clue. But yeah, like I said, I didn't pay no repercussions for that shit. But anyway, during that school year, at 15, like I said, I was friends with Chris, Sean, different motherfuckers, just alright friends with them. But I remember the first time like I really noticed motherfucking Lincoln was it was lunch. We was eating lunch, and I can't remember what he did. I feel like it had something to do with a fire extinguisher or a fire alarm or something. But whatever he had done, he was like, we're sitting in the lunchroom. The lunchroom, there's doors to the outside, basically to the front of the school. The lunchroom is the commons area, basically. So the commons area gets made up into the lunchroom at lunchtime. And then they pull all the shit back, and then it's just the commons area where you come into the school and you know what I'm saying, there's the office there, and then there's the gym there, and then the gym on the other side. And so we're like in the we're in the lunchroom eating, and I see you hear a ruckus and shit. Everybody looks over, and I see Lincoln running away from the fucking he was either a couple teachers or like a principal and a teacher. They were running after him, and he was hauling ass. You know what I'm saying? And he just went flashing through the fucking lunchroom with the two grown-ups chasing him, and all the kids were fucking cheering and shit. Like, soon as we saw that shit, we all fucking started screaming and cheering. Then he took off out the fucking school, and that was it. I think that's where he had dropped out of school. Like, that's the last time I remember seeing him in school. Me and Lincoln were not friends, but I do remember being like impressed and wondering what the fuck did he just do? He's getting chased out of school by a couple of fucking adults. Or he wasn't getting chased out of school. He was getting chased and he fucking took off out of school rather than let him catch him. So that was like my first like real impression of Lincoln, because I'd known Lincoln since I was in second grade. Like in second grade, like us kids, they had a split. Like Crosby and Ironton, there was an elementary school in Crosby, and there's an elementary school in Ironton. And in Ironton, it had enough kids that in my age group that they split us, and we had 2 second grade classes, 2 third grade classes, 2 fourth grade classes, 2 fifth grade, 2 sixth grade. And I think it was always the same kids. Like every time, like they didn't mix us back and forth. I think all the kids that I was in second grade with, went to third grade with, went to fourth grade with, and so on, until we got to seventh, where they just mixed us all in. So, as Lincoln was in the other class, he wasn't in my second grade, or third, or fourth, or fifth, or sixth. He was in the other. So I'm Group A, he's Group B. He was in Group B, basically. Put it like that. God, I could have just said it like that from the beginning. But yeah. So I didn't really know those kids in that other class as well as I knew the kids. I mean, we would see each other all the time, out and around and shit. But we had recess at different times, lunch at different times, all the shit where you hang out with kids. We had at different times because they were a different class. So, all through school, basically, Lincoln was known by a whole bunch of people. Like, pretty much the whole fucking town. The only thing I knew about Lincoln was everybody hated him. Like, nobody liked that kid. So, because I didn't know him, and because I'm just gonna fucking follow around the crowd because I'm a dumbass that didn't think with no independence, I just didn't like him. Didn't know shit about him, but I know everybody else didn't like him, so I didn't like him. Even though reality, a lot of those motherfuckers didn't like him, didn't like me. Because Lincoln was Filipino. He was one of the few non-whites in that town, and they didn't like him. And like, there's other kids that were brown that they did not like. And I just never put 2 and 2 together that they hating on that motherfucker because he's Filipino. Not because he a dickhead, but I never looked into it. So I just went along with the crowd, even though I never like sought him out to be mean to him. I never like defended him or said anything. You know what I'm saying? I just figured people don't like him, he must be a dickhead. That's so stupid. So I known this kid since we was probably in second grade. Just never hung out with him or talked to him. So, like I said, about 10th grade or so, I see him go running out of the fucking school, and I remember that shit was cool as fuck. Or at least thinking some kind of way about it. I thought it was fucking cool, especially the way everybody was cheering for him and shit. And also it's this thing, the way he was running, it was like, because Lincoln is a chubby kid. So it's just, he's a chubby Filipino kid running through the motherfucking, through the lunchroom, and these fucking 2 adults chasing him. That shit is fucking funny to me. I just remember thinking that, you know what I'm saying? Thinking a little bit more about who this kid is and why have I been fucking hating on this kid this whole time? Really? Because all these like at 15, I'm like, because all these assholes don't like him? and I don't know. I don't know if I ever really thought about it. I don't know if I ever really thought about it, but ain't nobody living through that, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. They have these dudes getting fucking blown up, and they just fucking get right up. Oh, let me wipe myself off a little bit. It's like, oh, you get blown up to get thrown off of your feet, picked up in the air. Just imagine somebody punching you hard enough to make you go flying through the air. You ain't getting up from that shit. Motherfucker. People get blown down and knocked down from fucking concussions from miles away. You ain't gonna be goddamn getting up when you feet away from a motherfucking explosion that big. But we as the audience are supposed to be stupid as fuck, I guess, watching this goddamn shit. This motherfucker got a scrape on his forehead, and that's all from getting blown up like that. Fucking G.I. Joe. Anyway, yeah, that's like my first impression of Lincoln. Was like when I was about 15 in school. Fuck, I got sick again. I think it was because I think that both, like when I just got sick last week and just a couple days ago, I fucking threw on a mask. Like, because when I ride on the trails, I don't like fucking all the bugs. You ride through bugs and you get all up in your nose and your mouth. So I was wearing a mask, but it's the same mask that I've been wearing forever. Like, it just sits in my car and shit, and I hadn't even thought about it because I put it in plastic, but it's still just goddamn. For months I've been wearing this thing and not even thinking about it. And it probably been a month or so since I put it on. I went riding with it, and then the next day I felt like shit, and then I felt like shit for the next couple days, thinking that it was some kind of sickness. And then the other day I put the fucking thing on again, you know, not thinking about how dirty this fucking thing is, and it's been sitting in my goddamn car forever, just marinating off and on through the day and night. I fucking put that shit on again for going on the trail, and wearing a dirty mask is worse than wearing a fucking no mask at all indoors around a bunch of mouth breathers. You better off with that shit than wearing a dirty mask. And I'm wearing this filthy fucking mask again, not even correlating the fact that last time I did, I fucking felt like shit. And of course, day later, fucking throat hurting and feeling like shit. And that's when I realized it's that fucking mask that's making me fucking sick. Jesus. Do not wear dirty masks. Fuck. But yeah, anyway. So I see Lincoln run through the shit. And this was around the time that I started, you know, doing a little partying, doing a little hanging out more than I had done with the white kids, more than I had ever really done. I hung out with them as like friends. We played sports and shit like that. And I was still in sports. But I started also hanging out with, you know, stoner type kids that be drinking, shit like that. I had a girlfriend. I basically had just quit, like, taking shit so serious. My sister was gone, my brother was gone, Antoine was gone. It was just me. So I'm out at one of these parties basically that I don't even know who I was with. But I was at some party in the woods. It's by this pit we used to like go swinging and swimming into, shit like that. And I don't think I went swimming because it was dark, and I was like, fuck that shit. I ain't diving in no pit. It's got goddamn fish that's supposedly to bite your ass while it's goddamn dark. But it was like I was hanging out with the kids and shit that was there, and I think Lincoln was like sitting around a campfire or something. So I just went over to the campfire, sat down, and I think I just like started talking to him, asking him about what happened and how come he was running from the school and shit. And I honestly can't remember what he told me. I can't remember what he told me. I just remember that he was like, the story, it was a good story and it impressed me and shit. And when we just sat there talking and shit, and I needed a ride home from this motherfucking party. Like I said, I can't remember who I came with or what I was even doing there, because, you know, it was just a bunch of stoners and rednecks and all kinds of, it's weird, the motherfuckers I used to hang out with. But god damn, I gotta watch this shit again, because it's some good ass action and I'm fucking missing. I can definitely do without all the fucking story, but they got some good special effects and action. The CGI ain't so great, but it's still, the action is really good. So I'm gonna have to rewind this shit. But I ended up talking to Lincoln through the night. Well, I'd say I probably going home around 10 or 11, but he was one at that party that I ended up talking to the most and shit. And I need to go home, so he was like, he said he'd give me a ride and shit. Like, I'm far, you know what I'm saying? It's not like I live right next door. It was cool for him to give me a ride. So we get in the car. He's got this big ass, I think it was a Delta 88. It was a big motherfucking car. He loved that car. We get in there, and this motherfucker has a system that I had never heard anything that loud and bumping before. Yeah, he would thump that shit, and he had a Straight Outta Compton, and I think he might have had Dr. Dre Chronic and a bunch of heavy metal and other shit like that. But he had a couple rap shits, and he would throw them motherfuckers in, and I'm just saying, man, the sound was just so amazing. He had two 15s in his trunk, and an amp, and a nice ass stereo, and everything other than the fucking stereo that was in the fucking dash, he built, like, from his hands. This motherfucker was like an engineer genius. He would make computers, shit like that. He would just make it with bringing the components together and doing the shit. Like, he built his box, his 15s. He built the box himself. He built up the amp, connected it and shit. I mean, this shit sounded beautiful. Sounded professional as fuck. This dude was a motherfucking engineer genius. Like, you just, like Dr. Claude was talking about, there's all kinds of genius. Lincoln didn't do good in school because motherfuckers was constantly hating on him and shit. But he was smart as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And motherfucker anybody that can make a goddamn stereo to sound like that got skills. And I would see all these things like in his rooms and shit that he were building. And it was just like really, like, this dude was really smart. So, as we driving down the road and shit to my crib, Lincoln kind of fucking turns down motherfucking stereo. He can see I'm fucking impressed with that goddamn stereo. That shit sounded amazing. And he just like looks over at me, like all serious. And then he looks back at the road and he's driving. And he's like, so, do you believe in vandalism? And I was like, I'm fucking thinking about what he said, and I'm like, what? Like, in my mind, I'm just thinking, what the fuck? Did he just say vandalism? Does he mean breaking shit? Because I never heard nobody other than like adults use the word vandalism. So, and like corny, shitty cop adults and shit. So I looked at him, I was like, you mean breaking shit? And he's like, yeah, vandalism. You believe in it? I was like, man, who the fuck is this kid? Like, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, who the fuck is this fucking kid? He's like looking at me with his like sly look in his fucking face, asking me this shit. And I'm looking at him like, I ain't never heard nobody say the word fucking vandalism that's your age. What the fuck is wrong with you? So I was like, you mean breaking shit? And he was like, yeah, vandalism. He's like, that's what I do. He's like, I hate these fucking people. I fucking hate them so much. He just went in on how much he hated everybody at Crosby. He's like, I fucking hate these people so fucking much. They always been fucking with me. I fucking hate them. So every time I get a chance, I just do vandalism, and I love it. And my brain was like, I'm like, how the fuck have I not been hanging out with this kid this whole time? It's like, this kid is cool as fuck. That's like what I was thinking. But I just like kind of smiled a little bit. And I was like, yeah, man, I believe in vandalism. And just like that, we sparked a motherfucking friendship off the fact that I was like, how the fuck have I not been hanging out with this kid? Like this whole time, me and this kid are fucking peas in a goddamn pod. And it's so obvious when it came down to it, because I'm getting hated on too by motherfuckers just because my skin color. He getting hated on. It made perfect sense that we ended up being fucking best friends. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it was. It was like, that's why I say this was my true best friend. Because we would have conversations like that as kids, as 15-year-old kids. We would be like, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck? We would be like having deep conversations about shit. About what real fucking friendship is and what it means. Because I've been going through some shitty shit dealing with this other gang of assholes in Brainerd. So it wasn't like I just trusted these kids in Minnesota. Like, I didn't trust these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't just gonna all of a sudden automatically be friends with this kid, because I met enough shitty motherfuckers in Minnesota. I just ain't trust them. But we would have conversations that were really deep about how we felt about how these motherfuckers be fucking with us all the time. And when he asked me, you know what I'm saying, do I believe in vandalism? Not even with the kids in Chicago did we have conversations like that. Like, I never had a conversation with anybody about the crazy shit that I like to do. We would just go and do it. You know what I'm saying? But, God damn it, dog. Me and Lincoln would actually talk about the shit that we gonna do. And even though we were pieces of shit, we had like a morality about it. Like, think about this. As we start hanging out with each other, it wasn't just always about going around fucking breaking shit. It was about, you know what I'm saying, just if we felt like doing something, we would do it type of shit. You know what I'm saying? We didn't let any kind of bullshit stop us, other than, like, there was this principle I think he was our junior high principal. And then there was another principal that was our high school principal. The high school principal was an asshole. I did not like that motherfucker at all. The junior high principal was actually pretty cool. I liked that motherfucker. Because one time I got into a fight with a kid. Kid was being racist. I broke his motherfucking face. I had a witness that saw this kid fucking with me. So the witness went in and told the fucking vice principal exactly what happened. You know, or not the vice principal, the junior high principal. Because I think I was in junior high at this time. I think I was in 9th grade. And I had fucking wrecked this kid. But that kid was fucking taunting me on some racist shit the whole fucking, for like a good, I don't know, at least 2 or 3 minutes before I went and socked his ass. And so this kid who was like a couple grades over, and he was well known for being a good kid, you know what I'm saying? He went in there and vouched and said, hey, I did not start that shit. Even though that kid, he fucking got wrecked, he went in there and vouched for me. So the junior high principal was like, look, man, he's like, my parents brought me here to this country when I was like 4 or 5. I couldn't speak the language, and kids would pick on me and call me names all the time. Like this, my junior high principal sitting me down talking to me like this. And he was like, I know exactly what you're going through. And I had never had any teacher or any grown-up white motherfucker or black motherfucker, really, for that matter, tell me that they understood what I was going through. Mr. Walker, that motherfucker was cool as shit. And he's like, you ain't gonna get in no trouble for defending yourself. That kid, this is what he taught me. He said, these kids, and that kid basically in particular, because I had got into it with that kid before. He's like, these kids use fighting words. He's like, the stuff that they're saying, they're trying to start a fight with you. So just because you respond with a fight that they asked for, I'm not gonna you're not gonna get in trouble for that. Not with me. And I just remember thinking, man, this motherfucking Mr. Walker is cool as fuck. So, fast forward back a couple years and shit to where me and Lincoln are out running around doing our dirt, and he wanted to go break Mr. Walker's windows because he didn't like Mr. Walker. But I was like, nah, we ain't going to break Mr. Walker's windows. I like that motherfucker. And he was like, well, I don't like that motherfucker. And at this point, there was a fucking, this is where the fucking, the difference between boys and girls come in with you kids and shit. Because to have a true friendship, there has to be a goddamn, what you call it? A fucking hierarchy. There's got to be a true understanding of who's the fucking boss. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, y'all just constantly clashing and arguing about shit and never getting shit done. So at this point, I told him, nah, we ain't going to fuck with Mr. Walker because Mr. Walker's always been cool. And I explained to him why we ain't gonna fuck with him. And I was like, look, man, as long as we gonna be friends, and we actually had a discussion like this. I was like, I like you. I think you cool as fuck. But if we gonna be friends and shit, we can't be out just doing stupid shit all the time. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I like the way you get down, but you gotta motherfucking be more focused with your shit. And I was like, look, I'll fuck you up. Cause it was a simple motherfucking conversation between teenagers. I was like, I'll fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? We can fight right here, right now. So you understand what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't want to fight you, but I will fuck you up. So we ain't gonna fuck with Mr. fucking Walker shit, cause we having this fucking argument. And I just broke it down like, look, we should be friends. I like the way you get down, but we ain't fucking with Mr. Walker. You know what I'm saying? And it was like a little bit of a standoff because he's bigger than me, but because he's chubby. But we the same height, and I got muscles, and I'm well known for having hands. And he didn't want none of that beef. Not with me. So he fucking bowed down. And that became the motherfucking dichotomy or whatever you call it. That became the fucking role. I never boss him around, but I make the fucking end decision in this shit. But then I remember I was like, but I can't remember the name of the fucking high school principal. But I was like, that motherfucker, we ain't fucking with Mr. Walker. But that other motherfucker, we could go break his shit. He was like cool with that type shit, basically. And we would have discussions. I like, man, look, this is what friendship mean to me. If you fighting, I'm fighting. If I'm fighting, you fighting. And he looked at me and he was like, yeah, I'm cool with that. I was like, cause I can't be friends with no bitch ass motherfucker that's gonna motherfucking like just stand by if I'm getting jumped on or some shit. And he was like, yeah, you're right. And I was like, all right, cool. You fight, I fight. And we had an agreement. Yeah, that's like when we truly became best friends, is when there was an understanding of, look, I ain't gonna boss you around, but I will fuck you up if you push it too far. And if you fight somebody, if you got beef with somebody, they got beef with me. And vice versa. Because these fucking assholes in Brainerd, they was from a different gang. Even though they wasn't from Chicago, they was like, adjacent. Like they knew people from Chicago. So they had a fucking version of this bitch ass version of motherfucking Southside GDs in Chicago. Gangster disciples. They had a bitch ass version of that in Brainerd. And because like I said, back then I just wanted to be around anybody that was black. I would hang out with these fucking assholes. It's like I hooked up with this chick and at a club. And the next night she came, or the next day she came and got me to come hang out with her in Brainerd. And she took me over to this dude's house. You know, not knowing nothing but this motherfucker's black. And this asshole was named Tyrone. So she takes me over his house so I can hang out with her. She was awkward as fuck. But we hung out for a little while and then I started talking to Tyrone and shit. And he was like about, I was 15, he was 19. And he wanted to motherfucking, he was a GD. And I guess he was from Minneapolis and he had family and that's why he was fucking gangster in Minnesota. And he basically introduced me to these other motherfuckers. And I started hanging out with them, but because they motherfucking playing at this motherfucking GD shit, and me being an outsider, them motherfuckers would fuck with me. But at 15, I was beyond letting anybody. I don't give a fuck if I'm trying to hang out with your ass. Be fucking with me. And even though there was a couple of these dudes that were well older, like there was a couple of them that were like 19 and 18. Tyrone was big. Like he was way bigger than me and older. The other dudes were like, one of them was small, he was older, and the other one was like just he was a little bit, he was like 18 I think, but he was just so bitch made that I knew I just slapped shit out of him, and the other kids my age weren't even fucking worth a mention. It's like these dudes was bitches, and they had no idea what being a motherfucking gangster really was. So I would hang out with them, but I was on the outside. So yeah, I had to slap a couple of them a couple times, the younger ones that were my age, and just didn't really like these dudes. But I liked the fact that they hung out with the chicks that I was hanging out with. So it was like I'd be around these motherfuckers. And basically, being around these motherfuckers and me being who I am, I fucking cultivate beef with these motherfuckers. Cause I don't like them. Slapped a couple of them around, and I talked shit about these motherfuckers straight to their fucking face. And me being younger, they thought I should just bow down. But I knew I could handle the two smaller ones that were older. Even though the one that was 18 was actually taller, probably bigger than me. But I just knew that this dude was a bitch and I'd kick his motherfucking ass. I knew that shit. Even being younger. But I didn't know Tyrone. Yeah, I didn't know he was friends with them. So I actually get into real beef with these motherfuckers to the point where they had to go, like, it was the 19-year-old little fucker. It was the 18-year-old skinny bitch. It was another dude my age, but a little bit bigger, but he was bitch made as fuck. And it was a white boy. I slapped the shit out of my age. All four of these dudes was together, and I was ready to fight them. I had a motherfucking stick in my hand, and I was like, let's do this shit, you bunch of bitches. I was like calling them out, calling them all kinds of names, standing at a motherfucking car, and none of these pussy ass motherfuckers, there was four of them, none of them would get out and fucking fight me. They wouldn't even get out and fight me all together. They wouldn't even jump on me. That's how bitch ass these dudes were. I'm challenging them, calling them every fucking name I could think of. And these pussy motherfuckers would not get out the fucking car and fight me. So they ran off to go get this other dude that was like 20 and way bigger. And I don't even know if he would even get into that shit, because he didn't seem like the type dude that would fight a 15-year-old kid. But he was down with them. So I just fucking bounced out. Anyway, cut to me hanging out with this chick. And then at this Tyrone dude's house, I didn't know they was friends. But me and Tyrone started hanging out. He seems like a decent dude. A little bit weird. Kind of an asshole. Kind of a bully. But like, I was looking for somebody that was black, basically. And then since he hung out with the girls that I was hanging out with, it was cool to hang out with him for a while. And then that's the motherfucker that punched me in my motherfucking eye. He had snuffed me. Like in my shit. When I wasn't fucking looking. He fucking hit me so hard, the goddamn blood trickle came out of my eye. And that's the motherfucker I wanted to tackle through the goddamn window. Except he had a motherfucking gun. I don't care how tough he is. I think, honestly, in my mind, especially knowing the damage I did to other motherfuckers not that long afterwards that were way bigger and stronger and could probably fight way better than that motherfucker, I believe I'd have whooped his motherfucking ass. And the only reason I didn't tackle him through that window is because he had a fucking gun. Because I did not give a fuck about getting my ass whooped. I got my ass whooped plenty of times. And I told you, I learned from that shit. And I just don't think I would have got my ass whooped. Fucking around with that motherfucker. But he had a gun. And that was the type of shit that we would get into. That motherfucker would try to bully me around and end up threatening me with his fucking gun all the time and shit. So, one time I got into, like I said, beef with them bitch ass motherfuckers. And I didn't really know that they and Tyrone had been hanging out. Tyrone invites me to his crib and shit to hang out. I've been hanging out with him plenty of times, so I ain't think nothing of it. And that kid, Jeremy, that I had, the first one that I drank a beer with, that kid and me we were going to Brainerd. So I just told him to drop me off. So he's dropping me off at Tyrone's house. And as he's dropping me off at Tyrone's house, these bitch ass motherfuckers that I had beef with come running out of his house. So I'm like, what the fuck? Out of this shitty trailer. Like, I didn't know the fucking trailer park that good, but I knew that was the fucking trailer I was supposed to be going into. And all these bitch ass motherfuckers just came pouring out of it. So we bounced. I get to a motherfucking payphone, and I'm like, I call Tyrone up. I'm like, what the fuck, man? You trying to set me up? Why you motherfucking got these dudes hanging out with you? And he's like, nah, they wasn't hanging out with me. That was me. He was like, you must have went to the wrong crib. I was like, what? Motherfucker, I know your crib. Like, I didn't know it that good, but I knew it enough to know that was his crib. This is a trailer park, and all these motherfuckers look the same, but I still knew. But he was like, man, I wouldn't do that shit. Basically, like, doing a fucking Jedi mind trick on me. And it fucking worked. And it's not that it worked. It's just that I basically want to get to the bottom of it. You know what I'm saying? I thought this dude was cool. Kind of cool. And I just want to see what the fuck was up. So the Jeremy dude's like, man, those motherfuckers definitely came out of that fucking trailer. As he brings me back there, he's like, I wouldn't go in there if I was you. And I was like, man, I'll be fine. So I just go back up in there, and fuck, I wish I would have had a motherfucking strap. Fucking just putting myself in the positions, man. That's why you don't do that shit that's why I told you. When with old girl, fuck around with all them bloods, when I go over there, I be strapped as fuck. Because I wasn't never gonna be hanging out with another motherfucking gang of motherfuckers from a different gang. Just not strapped. So I went back up in there, and as I get in there, motherfucker Tyrone pulls out his gun, and he's like, hey man, sit down. So I'm like, alright man, I see what's up. That's some bitch ass shit. Pulling out your gun on me and shit. And as he pulls out his gun and shit, these bitch ass motherfuckers come walking out of the back. Cause I guess they was too stupid to fucking wait for me to come in the first time. They just couldn't fucking hold their horses. Dumb motherfuckers. But I'm the dumb motherfucker that went back without no motherfucking strap. So I'm like, alright. So I sit down on the couch, and then Tyrone bitch ass, he acting like, look man, I like you, and these is my folks. And it's like, not only is he down with these motherfuckers, but he they bitch ass leader. So I'm like, alright. So what the fuck, man? You just been fucking with me this whole time and shit? And he's like, yeah, I don't fuck with no motherfucker, because this bitch ass motherfucker kept calling me a vice lord, be disrespectful and shit. Because he knew I was like, I'm not a vice lord. We was down with them motherfuckers though. Definitely way more down with them motherfuckers than the GD folks. And so as we motherfucking as he's standing there, he got these bitch ass motherfuckers to his back, backing him up. Got his gun, and he telling me, he's like, I like you, but these are my folks, and you've been disrespecting them or some shit like that. I'm like, man, these bitch ass motherfuckers, they could have fought me back in the motherfucking back on the street when it was probably a couple weeks had passed since that shit. I was like, man, you fucking with these motherfuckers basically. And he didn't want to hear. He was like, nah, these my folks and all that bullshit, because they all ride on the same bitch ass gang. So I was like, all right. So motherfucking he was like, this is what we gonna do. You gonna fight old boy. And I was like, all right, I'll fight that motherfucker. Because I already knew I slapped the shit out of him, so I knew something was up. And then he was like, then you gonna fight this motherfucker. And then you gonna fight this motherfucker. And then you gonna fight the white boy. And the white boy was like, no, I don't wanna fight. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing to do with this shit. I'm just motherfucking here because he was disrespecting me too. But we ain't gotta fight. So I'm like, all right, fight all three of you bitches. I don't give a fuck. I'll fight all y'all motherfuckers. So he's like, all right, this is what we gonna do then. We going to this motherfucking park. And y'all gonna fight there. So I'm like, all right. And he's like, don't try to run or nothing, man. It's just gonna be it's just gonna be a nice, y'all gonna handle this shit and then squash it. And then we gonna all be cool. So we get in the car. This motherfucker got his gun on me the whole motherfucking time. In my motherfucking side and shit. And we go to this park and they fucking tried to get that dude that was 20, this dude Dennis, that was in their gang. But he was way more of a serious person. And I remember him walking up to the motherfucking car and he was like looking at Tyrone, because I guess Johnny, the 18-year-old bitch ass motherfucker that tried to get Dennis to get involved and come in, jump on my 15-year-old ass. And Dennis was like looking, he came to the fucking window and he looked at Tyrone. He's like, motherfucker, you serious with this shit? He's like, hell no, I ain't finna get involved with it. Are you fucking stupid? Like basically like that, because Dennis would have slapped the shit out of fucking Tyrone. Even though Tyrone called himself the fucking leader of these bitch ass motherfuckers. So that's what they went to the park for, because it wasn't just as simple as me motherfucking fighting. They trying to get Dennis involved in this shit. So now I know it's something. This ain't gonna be just as simple. But this bitch ass motherfucker got a gun on me and I'm fucking surrounded. So we go out to this place past the fucking airport. You know what I'm saying? Out in the woods. Completely in the woods and shit. They brought some bitches to watch. It was the same bitch ass dudes. All got out of the car. And I get out the car. And at first they fucking pretend that it really is just gonna be us fighting. So I get out the car and the first one they send up is the dude, he's my age. A little bit bigger, but like I said, this dude is just nowhere near my comp. So I smack him around real quick, and as I'm smacking him, I got him up against the white boy's car. The fucking the little 19-year-old motherfucker comes up, and he starts punching me. As I'm punching this kid, I literally, this is how weak these dudes was. I stopped fucking working this kid that I'm just basically doing boxing practice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had him up against the car, basically like old boy had me against the fence. I'm just doing fucking practice on this motherfucker. I'm feeling them hits coming. So I did a fucking 360, I swear to God. Turned around, in the middle of fucking turning, grabbed the little motherfucker and slammed him up against the car. Like, did a whole fucking 360, boom. Because I was good like that, especially against motherfuckers I had no respect for. These dudes couldn't fight. So I treated them like little kids. Had the dude up against the guard, bop, 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 felt the punches, turned around real fast, grabbed the motherfucker, slammed him up against the car, and they were throwing punches back by that time, but the punches were so bitch ass that I was just fucking handling them. I was handling them. And then I hear the white boy yelling out, "Get them off of my car. They're breaking, they gonna break my shit." I can hear that in the fucking background. So, as I'm fucking fighting these two dudes, handling myself very well, fucking Tyrone bitch ass, 19, comes up behind me and grabs me. And he's like, "Man, y'all gotta get away from his car." And he fucking grabs me, and he's a lot stronger than I am, because he's 4 years older than me. And he fucking throws me about he kind of walked and throws me down. And basically to get away, so I'm not all up on their car. So I'm about 20 feet away from the car. And he throws me down. As I'm getting up, like, bitch ass motherfucker, you ain't have to fucking push me that hard and shit. And I'm realizing, man, I'm gonna have some real beef with this motherfucker. And he fucking I see he's got a crowbar in his hand. And he fucking steps to me. This is supposed to be my friend that was basically supposed to be mediating this shit between me and some bitch ass motherfuckers he was down with. He fucking walks up to me with this crowbar and swings it. Tried to hit me in the fucking face. I blocked that shit. And I looked at him like, motherfucker. And I just turned around and took off running. You know what I'm saying? Running through the woods, which is my fucking specialty growing up in that shit. These dumb fucks had no fuck clue what they were doing. But the 18-year-old, he was fast enough, so he fucking catches me. It's a fucking classic goddamn dog catching a car situation. Cause, yes, he was faster, a little bit taller, but this dude was pussy just like I knew it. And I had gotten far enough ahead that he was the only one that could catch me. Everybody else was left behind. So he fucking tackles me and shit. And he's got me by the legs and he's screaming like a little bitch. I got him. Come help. I was like, man, let me go. I gave him one warning. I said, Johnny, let me go. And he kept screaming, I got him. So I fucking let me go. Fucking kicked that motherfucker in his face probably like 3 or 4 times, like dead in his face with my motherfucking foot, because he wasn't tough enough to hold me. He just had a hold of my feet. He was like screaming for help. And he could not fuck with me. I gave him one warning to let me go. He didn't. And I fucking kicked that motherfucker in his face a good 3 or 4 times. Pretty much knocking him out, I'm pretty sure. Because, I mean, I bashed. Boom. Bashed his fucking face. He let me go in a second. I just fucking bashed his face with my fucking feet. I kicked him so fucking hard. I don't think I've ever kicked anybody that hard in their fucking face. I could have broke his fucking neck. I kicked that motherfucker so fucking hard that he definitely went to sleep. Just let my shit go quick. And I got up because I could hear them bitch ass motherfuckers coming. I got up and fucking took off again. And I'm running. Getting there. And then just like in fucking hide and seek or catch one, catch all with some shit I've been playing in Chicago and in Minnesota in the woods and shit, I just knew exactly what to do. I saw a motherfucking tree coming up and I was running through this pretty much complete, there's like forest everywhere, but there's this bigger tree like coming up in the distance. So I put all my speed on and then I fucking basically just quietly crunked down and boom, put my back against the tree to where it's basically I'm running down this fucking path fast as fuck and I had disappeared. Like all they could really see is shit rustling because I was far enough ahead. They could see shit rustling and they could hear me. As soon as I shut down, I just fucking stopped and fucking put my back. I was in a kneeling position and I put my back against the motherfucking tree and I had my hands just like this. And I had my head down and I just watched these idiots running past like some fucking morons. And man, if I would have had a gun or if I had a knife, I could have went Rambo on these bitches because they had no fucking clue that I was right behind they bitch ass. So one of them did have a gun, one of them did have a goddamn crowbar, and I didn't have shit. So after these bitches ran past me, I just took off to the left. God, I was so much better in the fucking woods that I just wish that I would have had something to go on offense with. Because I could have took these motherfuckers down so easy. Like they had no idea what they was doing. Fucking with a motherfucker like me who grew up in these fucking woods. I didn't know nothing about the places where I was running. But I definitely know how to handle myself in the fucking woods. I just really, these motherfuckers just don't know. Seriously. If I had a gun, I had these motherfuckers completely flanked. I could have just laid them out. And it would have been fucking defense too, because they were fucking goddamn chasing me. I could have laid them all the fuck out, but I didn't have shit. So I took off to the left. Got a little bit of fucking way. I remember I was in the middle of this field and I was pissed off. It was the airport, because I ran towards the airport basically after I fucking flanked they bitch asses. And I remember I got to that middle of the field and I just had rage. I wanted to fucking kill somebody. And I did one of them Captain Kirk motherfucking Star Trek yells. Fuck you, Tyrone! I was so mad. I wanted to kill that motherfucker. But anyway, when I started hanging out with Lincoln, I told him about that motherfucker. And I couldn't stand this motherfucker. He was a fucking bully. And me and Lincoln, I told him, man, look, if I fight this motherfucker, you better be motherfucking, you got my back. And he's like, no fucking doubt. So one time we was in me and Lincoln, we hanging out and brain it together. We hanging out at this mall, and Tyrone comes up and he's like, what's up, and acting like he don't know that I can't stand this motherfucking ass. And he's all like, what's up? And I'm like, nothing, just chilling. He was like, hey, we finna do some dirt. He was with some dirty white boys. And Lincoln was like, staring at me, like, just basically tell me when to go. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is go, and I'm right there with you. And he was like, you wanna come with us? We finna do some stupid shit like go shoplifting or some dumb shit. Probably the type of shit that I would have been down with before them bitch ass motherfuckers jumped me. The type of stupid shit. But I was like, fuck no, that shit sounds stupid as fuck. Like I was getting disrespectful as fuck with that motherfucker on purpose. We standing right there in the mall. And it's me and Lincoln right here to my left, and then Tyrone right in front of us. And I look over at Lincoln. I'm like, you hear what this dumb motherfucker want us to do and shit? Like he want us to go shoplifting and shit. And like, he's like, you friends with this fucking dude? Like we talking about this motherfucker right in front of his face. He's like, you friends with this fucking dude? That shit sounds stupid as fuck. Like, I can't remember the exact conversation, but I remember it was both of us talking about Tyrone right to his face like he wasn't even there. And we was talking shit about him like and Lincoln was like, you friends with this clown? This dude is stupid as fuck. Going up in here shoplifting and shit. I was like, I know, man. This motherfucker, it was like that type of conversation. Then we just looked at him. I was like, hell no, I ain't riding with you, bitch ass motherfucker. Basically like that. And we was just looking at him like, I wish you would say anything fucking stupid, because I don't care that you're 19. And I had already knew that he was too much of a pussy to even actually fight me, because he tried to hit me with a motherfucking crowbar, and he had punched me from behind the only other time he got fucking aggressive. And he had a gun. So I knew he couldn't even handle me by myself. But he damn sure couldn't handle me and Lincoln. And then me and Lincoln just standing up to him like that. It was like after that, Lincoln was my motherfucking dog. It wasn't nothing that nobody could never, ever, ever fucking say about Lincoln to me. Because he stood up to fucking Tyrone right along my motherfucking side. And that was the last time Tyrone or any of them bitches ever fucking came at me in any way. Because as bad as I was by myself, and now I got a kid that's even bigger than me, that's got my back, these bitches did not want no motherfucking static no more. Just because I had one other motherfucker. Because they was some pussies. I could have beat all three of them motherfuckers under Tyrone by myself. Guaranteed. Now that I had another motherfucker with me, they didn't want no motherfucking static. And that's why I was always so fucking thankful to motherfucking Lincoln. It's not just the fact that we was good friends and had a lot of shit in common and we got in trouble and did a bunch of dumb shit and had a bunch of fun and hooked up with girls. It was that when I had a fucking bully that was fucking with me, when I finally got somebody on my motherfucking level, because Chris, he wasn't no fighter. These other motherfuckers in Crosby, they ain't no fighters. I needed somebody that was a motherfucking fighter to have my motherfucking back. And that shit felt good. And it was just fucked up that it took this goddamn long for me to become friends with somebody that was as real as fuck as Lincoln. Lincoln is my motherfucking best friend to this day because we never had a fucking falling out. The last time I seen that kid, we was good as fuck. So even though different shit has happened through the years, I still feel like he's my best friend. And I love that motherfucker. Because he stood by my motherfucking side when I fucking needed him. And we would have whooped that motherfucker's ass together in that mall. No motherfucking doubt about it in my mind. He'd have stood right beside me and we would have beat that motherfucker's ass. That's why I give a fuck about Lincoln still. That's why I still got fucking feelings for that motherfucker. Because he might be crazy. He might be a fucking rapist. But that motherfucker stood by me when I needed somebody to stand by me, when I didn't have nobody else to fucking help me, when even the fucking people that were supposedly my friends, they were too fucking pussy. Because they were some pussy ass motherfuckers that didn't fight in Minnesota. Lincoln was the only one. And it wasn't just standing up Tyrone bitch ass. We actually got into it with motherfuckers and handled ourselves extremely well, especially together. Lincoln was a heavy, hard-hitting motherfucker. I was a heavy-handed, fast motherfucker. That's another reason I never had to get into a fight with Lincoln. When we would fight other people, we would see each other's skills. And he had skills. He was fast for his size, and he could hit hard for a Filipino dude. But in reality, when he saw me fucking blaze a dude, he was like, God damn. I remember he told me, he was like, holy shit, I ain't never seen nobody with fucking move their hands that fast. Like, he was impressed with my motherfucking shit. Because my hands was fast as fuck. He was like, God damn, you like a fucking ninja. We was just good friends, man. I love that motherfucker. That's my motherfucking best friend. One of these days, I want to talk about some of the shit that we used to get into. But I guess I just wanted motherfuckers to understand how I feel about Lincoln and why a lot of people that know me are kind of wary about, knew that motherfucker was crazy. But it's like, I like crazy, man. I like motherfuckers that was crazy because I'm a little bit crazy. And I needed that fucking little bit of crazy motherfucker around me because I was getting fucked with. And none of y'all fucking decent motherfuckers was around to help me. All y'all decent motherfuckers didn't want no static. All y'all decent motherfuckers like to debate and talk. But Lincoln, with all his fucking faults, was about that business when I needed it. June 9th, 2021. Walking on the treadmill, watching G.I. Joe. And not really shit going on. I got on Facebook and shit. Check out my cousins. Facebook, man, that shit is so whack. I don't see how these motherfuckers be living on that shit. I don't get it. I don't give a fuck about all you motherfucking people. I mean, I give a fuck about people, but I don't give a fuck about all these people. It's like, I don't even know how they do friend requests and shit. The first time I got on there a long ass time ago, it wasn't like that. It's like, you do friend requests by motherfucking talking to the people that you know and shit. And then you see somebody that you know on their friend shit, and you be friends with them. This shit now, it's like, I guess it's like networking. It's like all the people that I'm friends with, other than like my family on that shit, I don't even know them motherfuckers. Ain't never seen them before in my life. But I think since it's clearly about networking, once you figure out what you want to do with it, you just get a bunch of friends, or not really friends, I don't even like saying that shit, but you get a bunch of Facebook friends, and then you network with them. That's kind of, clearly that's got to be what it is, because that's why I don't get why they call it being friends. I think that fucks and it makes it feel weird. I want to be friends with my mom. I want to be friends with a bunch of strangers and shit. But Facebook friends is different. I don't know none of them motherfuckers. Ain't planning on getting to know none of them motherfuckers. But if at some point I figure out something that I want to fucking network, Jesus. At some point I figure out motherfucker want to network the shit, then that's probably what you do. So I just decided I'm gonna confirm every motherfucking friend request. Probably end up having a bunch of crazy shit on my shit, but I don't really fuck with Facebook anyway, unless I want to motherfucking talk to somebody like from my past, which is rare. But yeah, I fucking accept some goddamn friendship requests. Especially from a bunch of strangers, cause shit, I got this right here for motherfuckers that know me, that want to be all up in my business. But as far as Facebook and shit, man, them motherfuckers, they trying hard as fuck to get up in your business. I watched a video of a motherfucking a lion attacking a buffalo, and on the motherfucking and on the post, on the comments and shit, I just wrote damn, because it was like damn when you see that shit, because the fucking buffalo ended up winning. They like killed the lion. I don't know if it killed him, but it definitely, the lion looked beat to shit. So it was like that lion got the shit kicked out of him fucking with the wrong buffalo. So I wrote damn. I like posted the word damn as a comment. And like just a little bit later, my brother hit me up talking about, you alright? And I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm alright. He's like, alright, I was just making sure. I'm like, what the fuck? Making sure what? When I ain't alright, I'm always alright, motherfucker. He's like, I think it's because I fucking posted the word damn on Facebook, and I don't know how that shit work. I figure if I post that shit, then it would just go to the comments on that video. But I guess I didn't do it right, and it just posted to my shit. So maybe it just posted the word damn, and motherfuckers that be all up on their Facebook and shit saw that shit as some kind of thing where me saying damn like I'm all fucked up about something. I mean, there's a fucked up goddamn video of a lion getting his ass whooped. But see, that's why I don't like the social media culture, because I really do feel like, you know what I'm saying, corny motherfuckers see some shit and just react to it without just, motherfucker, you got my goddamn number. If you really think it's something wrong with me, then just fucking ask that shit instead of being all passive aggressive and weird. If you got something to say about me fucking posting the word damn, then say, hey, why you post the word damn? I'd be like, oh, you should see that video that I fucking posted that shit too. It's crazy. But other than that, it's like, y'all some bitches kinda. To just, instead of just saying, hey, saw some weird shit on Facebook, everything good. Motherfuckers like, you alright? You okay? What? Get the fuck out of here. You okay? Fucking talk to me. Fuck's sake.
I heard you the first time.
God, this movie's stupid. Alright, it's about to get to the action. Oh, I did see President Macron. Somebody slapped the shit out of that dude yesterday. Like, he was just walking up, like, you know how Biden and them be walking up, shaking hands with people. Motherfucker in the audience grabbed him by his hand. Bow. Slapped him French style. Secret Service, I guess they jumped on him and shit. And can you just imagine how awesome that would be? Like, Trump was out shaking hands and somebody slapped him. Or motherfucking Joe Biden out shaking hands with his sunglasses on and his smile. Somebody just pull up and slap the shit out of him. That would be that shit. Alright. Yeah, there ain't shit else going on. President Macron got slapped. June 9th. June 10th. 2021. Walking on treadmill. Shit. Watching the end of G.I. Joe. This movie is stupid as fucking shit. Like, I mean, it's got some good action, average CGI, but my God, they be doing some stupid shit in this fucking movie. Fuck. So, Marcus Garvey died June 10th. God, how did I get that shit? June 10th, a long ass time ago. So I figured instead of wait for his birthday, I just read up on this shit on the day he died. And I think, I don't know, I just fucking read, first time I read Marcus Garvey, I just opened up the book to the first page that I stopped on, started reading. That's what I typically do. Like, when I'm trying to find out about somebody, I don't just read from the beginning to the end and shit like that. I want to see what motherfuckers is thinking. I want to see what the shit's about. I usually go somewhere in the middle and just start reading. So where I went to the middle of this book, when I was reading about Marcus Garvey, it went to like either the second or third page of this letter to white people, I guess. It's an appeal to the soul of white America. And this was what I read. And this was the only thing I read, I admit it, when I was like, what the fuck? And honestly, I don't even know if I took this shit right. I think when I compare it to what I saw from Malcolm X, everybody writing is gonna look a little bit soft. But I mean, I might have been wrong and I might have been right. As far as his other writings, like, since the last few weeks, I probably like looked in on a couple other things that he said besides his fucking letter. that offended me so much, apparently. And some of the shit that he says is on point. While I don't agree with 100% of what anybody says, and I'm far from agreeing with 100%, I agree much more with Malcolm X, as far as I can tell still. And like Dr. Claude, and like Ida B. Wells, and Harriet Tubman, and Marcus Garvey. To me, I think his problem that he has with black people, that I guess I was just kind of like roll my eyes and shit, it's because he was from Jamaica, and it seemed like his biggest problem with black people, dealing with black people here, is like a problem that Malcolm X didn't have. Malcolm X knew how to talk to people, and he could just talk to you because he's American. Martin Luther King, same thing. Marcus Garvey is from Jamaica, so he probably got a lot of hate from a lot of black motherfuckers that ain't trying to hear some fucking Jamaican dude trying to be telling them how to live. I can understand that shit. But I could also understand not listening to his message, basically killing the messenger instead of listening to his message. Like, they was like hating on this dude to the point that he's getting him arrested and shit. White motherfuckers is trying to kill him and shit. It's just, it feel like his biggest problem with black people in America was the fact that they just didn't respect his word right away or after a while that much, because he was Jamaican and he's dark, and he's probably like dark skinned like me, or maybe even darker, and he felt some kind of way about that shit. Because I do think it was a lot of black motherfuckers. I think motherfuckers still do that shit. But damn, back in the day, they was a lot of that colorism shit, whereas black motherfuckers hating on other black motherfuckers depending on how dark they was and shit, how African they look, or loving on them depending on how European they look, or mulatto as they used to call it. It's like that shit, I don't know. I understand where he comes. Like, I knew this Jamaican dude back in the day. He was another one of my good friends that I used to hang out with when I first moved out to Utah. When I first was living on my own. He lived in them apartments. The apartments I was talking about that I used to party and shit. She lived in the same shit just across the way, and we used to hang out all the time. And I think I understand what motherfuckers talking about, because I think even though I like this dude a lot, and he was a little dude too, so that might have been part of it too. But I had a hard time like taking him super serious, and he was always joking around, and he was speaking, that cool ass Jamaican shit. You know what I'm saying? I like that shit. I thought it was cool as fuck. But I could see why motherfuckers would be like, nah. You know what I'm saying? As far as leadership. But like I said, this dude was a little dude. He had muscles. He had muscles on top of muscles. And he was cool as fuck. I could just never see him in like a leadership role. We was always like cool and shit, and we was like actually really good friends, but I don't know, it's just some people that I just cannot see myself following. And as much as I liked him, Jamaica man was not like a leader. And maybe it was just because of the way he talked and I was a hater. I don't know. Or maybe because he was short and I was a hater as far as that shit. I don't know. I just know that when I think about Jamaica man, I don't think about a dude that I would have ever like followed. And maybe that's what motherfucking Marcus Garvey ran into. So it sounded like a lot of the shit that he talked was sour grapes. But in reality, he probably was running into a lot of that motherfucking hatred. This man got good ideas, he's smart. And motherfuckers ain't listening to him because he got a motherfucking accent. And you know that shit goes on. People don't take Mexicans serious. because they got a fucking accent, even though they can speak English better than you can speak Spanish. It's shit like that. It's like, I can see why he was getting hated on, and I can also understand why motherfuckers was hating on him. It's just natural. But when he would go in on these motherfucking these sellout poser black motherfuckers that was like posing as leadership and shit, but really backstabbing black people, he was right on a lot of that shit, man. And all that lame ass colorism, and all that, I guess, anti-immigrant shit that goes on in the black community also. Like, he was feeling that shit. Then maybe as I was reading that shit, I think maybe I thought it was coming off kind of whiny. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I get why you mad, but you bitching and yelling at people ain't gonna make motherfuckers all of a sudden just follow your ass. You know what I'm saying? And just saying everybody need to fuck off to Africa. Yeah, I mean, that's a good enough idea, but man, just starting a fucking nation, you know, it's gonna be all kinds of drama and fucking havoc coming from, cause he was making it Africa as one big nation, not a continent no more. One big nation of Africa. Which is a fucking great idea, man. But man, it would have been some bloodshed. And I think deep down, that's what it's all about. He had this grand idea of getting all the black people together. He was sick of seeing black people taking shit from all these motherfucking other races, especially white. And I think he probably wanted to have some kind of great nation, build some kind of great nation, so he could build a great army, so he could either defend all black people or motherfucker go out and take it to the motherfuckers that been fucking with us. Honestly, that's what I think. But I just don't know, because obviously nobody ever took him serious enough to ever get that shit going. But Liberia, I think I heard something about it was settled either by or for runaway slaves that could get back to Africa. So maybe he was talking about starting a country like Liberia, or he was talking about bringing all the countries of Africa together, which obviously would have white motherfuckers shit in their pants. So I don't know. I don't know exactly what the story was, but I think it would have been interesting to see if he could have carried it off, you know what I'm saying, in a truly democratic way, as peaceful as you have to be. Motherfuckers is attacking you, then you go fucking attack them, but you trying to build a peaceful society where all black motherfuckers is welcome and shit. Man, I think that's fucking brilliant. But just bitching at everybody because they don't want to listen to you because you got an accent, I can understand why motherfuckers get to rolling their eyes about that shit. Because motherfuckers done heard that plenty of times. If you just want to motherfucking tell your story and get your goddamn ideas out there, bitching at the motherfuckers that's trying to motherfucker that you tried to get to follow you, I don't know. I just think that's where he came up short. And like I said, Jamaican Man was cool as fuck. He had some good ideas. He was a cool motherfucker, and it most likely was the fact that he was short also. But leadership, I ain't see it. And he was older than me by a couple years. But yeah, good dude, but yeah, I wasn't trying to follow that motherfucker. As far as the news, it was some fucking pig ran some pregnant lady off the road. Like he fucking did a pit maneuver like you do in goddamn video games, this asshole. She was pulling over just like the motherfucking handbook, the fucking driver's handbook says. She was looking for a place to fucking pull over safely because it wasn't no fucking safe place to pay. It was a skinny pull over. It was a skinny shoulder. on the freeway. So she's got her hazard lights on like the fucking handbook tells her to do, and she's looking for a safe place for his ass. In reality, it's just as much as safety for him not getting hit as for her. So she's looking for a safe place to pull over. Within 2 minutes, this asshole runs up fucking pit maneuver, flips her fucking car. This chick was fucking pregnant. Fucking white, goddamn, blonde, pregnant lady. They do that shit to a white, blonde, pregnant lady, man. What the fuck chance do the rest of us got? Fucking Arkansas. And that asshole is the only reason we know about it because it just happened. She's suing him. But this shit happened a while ago. And that cop is still a cop. Still out there pulling motherfuckers over. And I don't know, the dude could have been a fucking decent motherfucker in every way. But you gonna run some lady off the goddamn road because she doesn't fucking follow your directions immediately. Directions that actually go against the fucking the directions she received from the fucking driver's handbook, which sounds a lot like it's for your safety also. Fucking stupid ass cop. So that was that. So she's suing them motherfuckers, and I hope she win a whole bunch of money. And Joe Manchin, with his dickhead bullshit, motherfuckers is finally calling him out. Like they should have been calling him out 10 years ago. But they finally fucking calling him out. They're gonna do a march against Joe Manchin. And that's when I actually agree with peaceful protest. When you protesting one individual citizen versus a police department that's beating on motherfuckers, or a system that's constantly beating on motherfuckers. I think you should there's a time for peaceful protest and non-violence and all that shit, and there's a time for violence when motherfuckers meet you with violence and motherfuckers bring violence to your doorstep. There's a time for you to be violent. Sometimes being non-violent is stupid, but sometimes peaceful protest, there is a place for it, and that's the place when you're going to protest one individual. You want to keep it peaceful, you can keep it loud, but you don't need to be breaking people's shit because of one individual asshole. You don't need to motherfucking be flipping the fuck out because of one individual asshole. You just need to bring numbers that let that asshole know that he gonna have some motherfucking problems come re-election time with his bitch ass. This old redneck lady, she was hot. She was like, you some bitch, you some bitch, we coming. And I was like, fuck yeah, lady, man. That's what motherfuckers need. It's those West Virginia motherfuckers. They the motherfuckers that really need to step this shit up. I mean, that's great to have a motherfucking march against Manchin in Washington, but it's them old school motherfuckers that we call redneck. Hey, just because I say somebody redneck, Sean, the kid I was talking about, I was friends with the other day, is a redneck. Lincoln, even though he was Filipino, he had a lot of redneck ways because that's where we grew up at. So just because I say redneck, I'm not saying it in a derogatory way. I'm saying it as this motherfucker's a shit kicker wearing shit kicking boots and a fucking cowboy hat and a big ass motherfucking belt buckle. That doesn't mean that he's racist. It just means he's a fucking redneck. There is a difference. There are rednecks that ain't racist, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? But this redneck lady, she was fucking flipping out on that motherfucker. And she from West Virginia. And I think she the one that made the motherfucking march against Manchin. Because she was heated just like everybody else in it. But she's the one that really got to deal with it. Because she from West Virginia. And I'm sure West Virginians, motherfuckers, have been getting the type of heat that I was putting out the other day about fuck West Virginia, man. They keep sending this motherfucker. But I got to imagine people in West Virginia, decent motherfuckers, especially goddamn liberals, they got to be getting sick of this asshole representing them to the rest of the country because he making them look bad. And that lady was like, fuck that shit, we coming after your ass. We marching, and we gonna march against Manchin. Man, I like that shit. That's the time for peaceful protest. When you're going against one motherfucker, he ain't done nothing physically violent, but he's been a piece of shit and doing violence to poor people overall. That's when you go out there and let your motherfucking voice be heard. You don't gotta break nothing. You ain't gotta do shit. You just gotta let that motherfucker know it's a gang of motherfuckers out there, that liberals, Democrats out there that can't stand his ass. And he does not fucking represent them. They need to let that shit be known. I love that shit. That is fucking a good cause and a good fucking peaceful protest. The fucking pigs better not be fucking with these motherfuckers, because it's legit. That dude is an asshole, and every fucking Democrat ought to come out and give him the fucking finger that he deserves. In my humble opinion. Fucking around on Facebook is a goddamn trip, because like last time I did Facebook, I was like actually trying to add motherfucking old friends and shit, and like I said, people from the past tend to fucking belong in the past, and that shit was boring. Hearing about motherfuckers' boring ass lives. They hadn't been up to shit. Nobody had done anything except, you know, go from school to job to family, and it was boring. All of them had the same story. I didn't want to hear that shit. So I got off of that shit pretty quick. And but this new Facebook, not new, it's the same shit, but do it different. You can do something with this shit. I ain't finna fuck with it because it's too much almost. But goddamn, talk about networking. If you got something to sell, like clearly this is what it's for. Because a lot of what you see on Facebook, motherfuckers selling religion, motherfuckers selling diets and Nigerian prince type shit, and scamming to get your motherfucking phone number and shit so they can sell that. Different things like that. Like soon as I fucking set my shit up, some fucking chick, Tytzin ass, hits me up talking about oh, I'm so cute and all that shit. And some broad from Dallas looking for a man. It's like, yeah, right. And I was scrolling through the shit, and I looked at this broad. I looked at her shit, and she was like, I've been getting a bunch of new friend requests, and I've been accepting you motherfuckers, but for all of those that got my phone number, you need to fuck off. And she was like snapping on some people for apparently getting her number and fucking around with her number. And I bet you it was like some attractive motherfucker hit her up talking about, oh, you so cute and this and that, and got at her and it was like, give me your number. And she did it, and then they gave out her number to whatever the fuck they do that for. So, I mean, not that I would have done it anyway, but when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's definitely what that is. Because, I mean, I've been around long enough. I don't fuck around online. Haven't in a long time. But when I used to, you can pretty much spot a scam pretty fucking easy. And you got some Tytzin ass, the first thing you fuck come up on, telling you, here, take my number, and all that bullshit. You a stupid motherfucker if the first thing you do is call this broad. Or if you're abroad, you call this dude and give him your number that way. It's like, no. Why the fuck would somebody from Dallas be looking for a man in Utah? They fucking around. That's a scam. That's a very obvious scam if you just fucking slightly look into it. But even if it was legit, thirsty motherfucker, people, I don't know, just trusting these motherfuckers, to me, it's beyond fucking stupid. I ain't putting out none of my motherfucking real information on that shit. maybe once I fucking understand, like, I ain't private messaging, I ain't doing none of that shit, cause I don't understand it. And I see fucked up shit that I gotta assume some people don't want being posted all the time. But it's probably cause they have their settings saying you can fucking see whatever these motherfuckers is posting. And they posting it under their real names and real pictures and shit like that. And it's like, man. I talk a lot of shit and I do this and that. I ain't finna be motherfucking like actually dealing with people on Facebook. But as far as networking motherfuckers, god damn. I mean, I'm seeing all through my timeline Tytzin ass. You know what I'm saying? Thirst traps all over the fucking place. And then it's the black motherfuckers that are my Facebook people. Cause I don't like the term friends. That's just totally waters down the term friends. These motherfuckers ain't my motherfucking friends. They ain't never gonna be. So I ain't gonna be I ain't following nobody. I ain't friends with nobody. These are motherfuckers on Facebook. The motherfuckers on Facebook that sign up, or I sign up to their shit or whatever. And I don't even know how this algorithm works. I don't know if it just sends you every single motherfucker that you're friends with. Now all their friends just automatically jump into your friend requests, or if there really is that many people on Facebook that are requesting every single person that they see to be their friend. I don't know how they do it, because just since yesterday, I think I'm at like 500 new friends, and that shit probably took about 20-30 minutes of tapping the fucking accept button. They need to get a select all and accept, or a select all decline button. And they might even have one, and I just don't know enough about it. But it's like, yeah, I had to fucking tap, accept every single one of these motherfuckers. And that's, I think, the fucking experiment that I'm gonna do. I ain't finna be fucking around on no goddamn Facebook, because I don't know. I think it's not as vapid as I fucking first thought of it. There is a use for it. You just gotta figure out what kind of use you can bring that matches what you can do to Facebook, because there's clearly being able to reach out to thousands of motherfuckers. If I'm at like 500 or 600 in one day, then like clearly I'm not gonna be doing that shit every day, because fuck that shit. And I'm not gonna be fucking I think maybe like every couple days, when it builds up to like 500 or 600. Or the thing is, the more you get, the faster the friend requests come in. It like builds exponentially. So you just fucking keep tapping that shit, and I think I'm gonna see to the end of the month, I'm gonna keep accepting everybody that fucking sends me a request. I'll give a fuck who it is. Man, when I actually look through that fucking shit, which I have a couple times, man, it seems like every black motherfucker on Facebook is trying to sell you religion in one way or another. It's a couple motherfuckers out there that are preaching empowerment, and I like to give thumbs up to shit like that, because I gotta assume there's some place that archives my thumbs up, and I'll be able to find it and look through that shit, because there's so much trash all throughout. But also, I realize like you could get into that trap of motherfuckers like your shit, so then you feel a need to go like some of their shit. Fuck that. I'm not doing that shit. Like, I think I did that shit a couple times. Motherfucker like my shit, and I fucking liked the picture on they shit. But that's also a fucking trap. I ain't finna be getting into that shit. Motherfuckers can like my shit all they want, because I actually do got a cool ass picture on my fucking Facebook shit. But yeah, if you just gonna do it the right way, like instead of mixing your friends and your and your family and your business all together in some big ass scene, so all your people can be seeing all your business. I think that is beyond fucking stupid. But gathering a whole gang of motherfuckers that you can at some point have something to advertise to all these motherfuckers, because that's clearly what they doing. To me, it's a gang of motherfuckers advertising their religion on my shit right now. Like, if I look through that shit, I bet you 50% of it is motherfuckers selling religion, and the other motherfuckers are selling you Nigerian prince type things, and the rest of them is tits and ass. And I appreciate tits and ass as much as the next man, but it's been since a teenager since I gave a fuck about Playboy or cable type of porn and shit. So even that shit don't impress. It's just, I'm gonna get as many motherfuckers, so I'm gonna accept everybody. I don't care where they come from the church, because I ain't finna check and see, oh, this is a church motherfucker, so I'm gonna skip him, or this is tits and ass, so I'm gonna skip her. Oh, this dude is talking about some shit that I like, so I'm gonna accept him. Fuck that. That would take way too long. I'm just gonna accept every single motherfucker. Facebook, goddamn cheap ass, need to come up with a fucking select all button that's easier to find if they got one. And the whole messenger thing, that shit seems like a scam, because you got all these motherfuckers. I got a whole bunch of messages in there, but it's clearly not from people that know me. So it's motherfucking, once again, I don't know if you gotta pay for that shit. I sure as fuck ain't paying for no shit on motherfucking Facebook. So I don't know about what it's for, or but I definitely don't want to be like talking. Like, I wanted to talk to my cousin the other day, but I don't want to motherfucking get that messenger shit. And I also don't want to be posting like, hey, call me and put my number on his motherfucking public shit. So it's like, I don't know, I got some shit I got to figure out about how I want to do this shit. But I also think that Facebook has a clear use. I mean, they are clearly using us. So if you figure out how to use them, then it strikes even, basically. Because they getting your information, and they putting every single bit of information that they can. Who the fuck knows what they're doing with it? You know what I'm saying? They're doing something with it, clearly. Monetizing it. But I don't know. I just think that if you can figure out the right way to use it, Facebook definitely has its fucking place. It's like you get all these motherfucking Facebook friends and you fucking advertise your shit to them. That's something, as long as you got something useful. But like I said, it's so many motherfuckers advertising Nigerian prince, get the fuck out of here. Advertising religion, get the fuck out of here, swipe left. Tits and ass, swipe left. But there is some genuine motherfuckers on there talking about some real shit that I'm interested in. That's just few fucking far between. It's probably like 1 in 100. So, yeah. So I changed my picture up because I actually had a picture of me on my fucking Facebook shit at first. And then I was like, well, since I'm not going to be just dealing with my friends and my family, but I'm actually going to deal with everybody, I changed it up to something more ambiguous. But it kind of describes who I am also. So, yeah. This shit could get interesting. I'm already at like 500 or 600 of these motherfuckers. And not every day, but I guess every few days, we'll go in there and accept all of them shits. Every single one of them. I don't give a fuck. I probably got racists, Nazis. I probably got tons of religious assholes. All kinds of motherfucking, just people that I would never associate with, clearly. But I'm just accepting they shit. So I don't know what the fuck my Facebook shit gonna be saying. But I really don't give a fuck because I ain't finna be checking in that much. I'm gonna get a whole bunch of these motherfuckers though. I'm gonna get as many as I can till the end of the month. I'm sure by the end of the month, I'm gonna be sick of checking in on that shit even at all slightly. But alright, yeah, I'm gonna read this motherfucking Appeal to the Soul of White America by Marcus Garvey. It says, the Negro must have a country and a nation of his own. Youngstown, Ohio, October 2nd, 1923. The Philosophy and Opinion, or Africa for the Africans, Volume 2. Surely the soul of liberal, philanthropic, liberty-loving white America is not dead. It is true that the glamour of materialism has, to a great degree, destroyed the innocence and purity of the national conscience. But still, beyond our politics, beyond our soulless industrialism, there's a deep feeling of human sympathy that touches the soul of white America, upon which the unfortunate and sorrowful can always depend for sympathy, help, and action. Like, this is how this letter starts out. This wasn't even the part that I started on. I think it was a couple more pages in, but I'm just saying, this is the fucking letter this is my first impression of Marcus Garvey is reading this. What I just fucking read. Even though this wasn't it was deeper into the letter, but this letter. Now, I don't know if he's being sarcastic, but I'm just saying, speak this in a motherfucking Jamaican voice. And I don't know, that first motherfucking shit sound like some stepping and fetching. But like I said, this shit ain't nowhere near as long as the Malcolm X shit. This is just one quick letter, so I should be able to get through this pretty quick. There's a deep feeling of human sympathy that touches the soul of white America, upon which the unfortunate and sorrowful can always depend for sympathy, help, and action. It is to that feeling that I appeal for 400 million Negroes of the world and 15 millions of America in particular. There is no real white man in America who does not desire a solution of the Negro problem. Each thoughtful citizen has probably his own idea of how the vexed question of race should be settled. To some, the Negro could be gotten rid of by wholesale butchery, by lynching, by economic starvation, by a return to slavery and legalized oppression, while others would have the problem solved by seeing the race all herded together and kept somewhere among themselves. But a few, those in whom they have an interest, should be allowed to live around as the wards of a mistaken philanthropy, yet none so generous as to desire to see the Negro elevated to a standard of real progress and prosperity, welded into a homogeneous whole, creating of themselves a mighty nation with proper systems of government, civilization, and culture to mark them admissible to the fraternities of nations and races without any disadvantage. I do not desire to offend the finer feelings and sensibilities of those white friends of the race who really believe that they are kind and considerate to us as a people. But I feel it my duty to make a real appeal to conscience and not to belief. Conscience is solid, convicting, and permanently demonstrative. Belief is only a matter of opinion, changeable by superior reasoning. Once the belief was that it was fit and proper to hold the Negro as a slave. And in this, the bishop, priest, and layman agreed. Later on, they changed their belief or opinion, but at all times, the conscience of certain people dictated to them that it was wrong and inhuman to hold human beings as slaves. It is to such a conscience in white America that I am addressing myself. Negroes are human beings. The peculiar and strange opinions of writers, ethnologists, philosophers, scientists, and anthropologists notwithstanding, they have feelings, souls, passions, ambitions, desires, just as other men Hence, they must be considered. Has white America really considered the Negro in the light of permanent human progress? The answer is no. Men and women of the white race, do you know what is going to happen if you do not think and act now? One of two things. You are either going to deceive and keep the Negro in your midst until you have perfectly completed your wonderful America civilization with its progress of art, science, industry, and politics, and then, jealous of your own success and achievements in those directions, and with the greater jealousy of seeing your race pure and unmixed, cast him off to die in the whirlpool of economic starvation, thus getting rid of another race that was not intelligent enough to live, or you simply mean by the largeness of your hearts to assimilate that was not intelligent enough to live. There should have been a period there, but it's a fucking comma. Or you simply mean by the largeness of your hearts to assimilate 15 million Negroes into the social fraternity of an American race that will neither be white nor black. Don't be alarmed. We must prevent both consequences. No real race-loving white man wants to destroy the purity of his race, and no real Negro conscious of himself wants to die. Hence, there is room for an understanding and an adjustment. And that is just what we seek. Let white and black stop deceiving themselves. Let the white race stop thinking that all black men are dogs and not to be considered as human beings. Let foolish Negro agitators and so-called reformers, encouraged by deceptive or unthinking white associates, stop preaching and advocating the doctrine of social equality, meaning thereby the social intermingling of both races, intermarriages, and general social co-relationships. The two extremes will get us nowhere, other than breeding hate and encouraging discord, which will eventually end disastrously to the weaker race. Some Negroes, in the quest of position and honor, have been admitted to the full employment of their constitutional rights. Thus, we have some of our men filling high and responsible government positions. Others, on their own account, have established themselves in the professions, commerce, and industry. This, the casual onlooker, and even the men themselves will say carries a guarantee and hope of social equality and permanent racial progress. But this is the mistake. There is no progress of the Negro in America that is permanent, so long as we have with us the monster evil, prejudice. Prejudice we should always have between black and white, so long as the latter believes that the former is intruding upon their rights. So long as white laborers believe that black laborers are taking and holding their jobs, so long as white artisans believe that black artisans are performing the work that they should do, so long as white men and women believe that black men and women are filling the positions that they covet, so long as white political leaders and statesmen believe that black politicians and statesmen are seeking the same positions in the nation's government, so long as white men believe that black men want to associate with and marry white women, then we will ever have prejudice. And not only prejudice, but riots, lynchings, burnings, and God to tell what next will follow. I mean, I ain't trying to interrupt every time, but this motherfucker, I don't know if this ain't sucking dick. I don't know what the fuck is. Like, this is like 20, 25 years later. I'm reading this shit and I'm seeing the same fucking thing. This is dick riding. How isn't it? Telling these motherfuckers how great they is. Telling these motherfuckers, man, hey, we understand. Y'all are some all-powerful, mighty motherfuckers that are gonna riot and lynch all these black motherfuckers, and they deserve it. Because they should know better than trying to fucking be down with your fucking benevolent asses. I don't know. That's how I fucking read. I don't know how the fuck other motherfuckers read this shit. The motherfucker clearly making some goddamn legitimate points intermingled within in all the ass kissing. But my God, if Malcolm X ever said some shit like that, seriously. And not only prejudice, but riots, lynchings, burnings, and God to tell what next will follow. And he speaks like goddamn Cornel West with all these fucking big words and shit. Because motherfuckers that gotta speak with big words typically are trying to hide some shit. And maybe this motherfucker hiding some shit in all this snark and sarcasm. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's all snark and sarcasm. But motherfucker, I don't know you good enough. So this sounds like a whole bunch of ass kissing to me. It is this danger that drives me mad. It must be prevented. We cannot allow white and black to drift along unthinkingly towards this great gulf and danger that is nationally ahead of us. It is because of this that I speak and now call upon the soul of great white America to help. It is no use putting off. The work must be done, and it must be started now. Some people have misunderstood me. Some don't want to understand me. But I must explain myself for the good of the world and humanity. Those of the Negro race who preach social equality and who are working for an American race that will, in complexion, be neither white nor black, have tried to misrepresent me to the white public and create prejudice against my work. The white public, not stopping to analyze and question the motive behind criticisms and attacks aimed against new leaders and their movements, condemn without even giving a chance to the criticized to be heard. Those of my own race who oppose me because I refuse to endorse their program of social arrogance and social equality gloat over the fact that by their misrepresentation and underhanded methods, they were able to. This motherfucker said social arrogance and their program of social arrogance and social equality. Like this motherfucker said, I refuse to endorse their program of social arrogance. Having a goddamn arrogance or the audacity to think that you're equal with the white man? That's what the fuck he's saying. And social equality. I don't see how anybody else can fucking read this shit any other way. I refuse to endorse their program of social arrogance and social equality. Gloat over the fact that by their misrepresentation and underhanded methods, they were able to have me convicted and imprisoned for a crime which they calculate will so discredit me as to destroy the movement that I represent, in opposition to their program of new American race. But we will not now consider the opposition to a program or a movement, but state the facts as they are and let deep-souled white America pass its own judgment. In another 100 years, white America will have doubled its population. In another 200 years, it will have trebled itself. So we're 100 years from when he's talking. In another 100 years, white America will have doubled its population. In another 200 years, it will have trebled itself. The keen student must realize that the centuries ahead will bring us an overcrowded country. Opportunities as the population grow larger will be fewer. The competition for bread between the people of their own class will become keener, and so much more so will there be no room for two competitive races, the one strong and the other weak. To imagine Negroes as district attorneys, judges, senators, congressmen, assemblymen, aldermen, government clerks and officials, artisans and laborers at work, while millions of white men starve, is to have before you the bloody picture of wholesale mob violence that I fear and against which I am working. How about fucking teaching these motherfuckers to defend themselves instead of just bowing down like a little bitch and begging? No preaching, no praying, no presidential edict will control the passion of hungry, unreasoning men of prejudice when the hour comes. It will not come, I pray, in our generation, but it is of the future that I think and for which I work. A generation of ambitious Negro men and women out from the best colleges, universities, and institutions capable of filling the highest and best positions in the nation, in industry, commerce, society, and politics. Can you keep them back? If you do so, they will agitate and throw your constitution in your faces. My God, this is a dry snitching ass bitch. He dry snitching on everybody that don't agree with his punk ass. Can you keep them back? If you do so, they will agitate and throw your constitution in your face. Fucking Dr. Omar bitch ass constantly fucking talking about how fucking dope this man is. Seriously, man. Dr. Omar need to shut the fuck up. Like, I ain't got nothing for that motherfucker. That motherfucker is, seriously, I knew that what the fuck I read was right. And Dr. Omar for a minute had me thinking maybe I fucking read the shit wrong. And fuck Dr. Omar, bitch ass. Motherfucking no goddamn way. If you fucking read this shit and you was like, man, I love that stepping and fetching this motherfucker doing. This dude's kissing his some motherfucking ass. You ain't never heard no motherfucking Malcolm X or nobody talk like this. Kissing ass. Can you keep them back? If you do so, they will agitate and throw your constitution in your faces. Can you stand before civilization and deny the truth of your constitution? What are you going to do then? You who are just will open the door of opportunity and say to all and sundry, enter in. But ladies and gentlemen, what about the mob? That starving crowd of your own race. Will they stand by? So this motherfucker is either talking to a crowd of white people or he's wrote a fucking paper, like op-ed or something, addressed to white people. You who are just will open the door of opportunity and say to all and sundry, enter in. But ladies and gentlemen, what about the mob? That starving crowd of your own race. Will they stand by, suffer and starve and allow an opposite competitive race to prosper in the midst of their distress? If you can conjure these things up in your mind, then you have the vision of the race problem of the future in America. You bitch ass motherfucker. There is but one solution, and that is to provide an outlet for Negro energy, ambition, and passion, away from the attractions of white opportunity, and surround the race with opportunities of its own. If this is not done, and if the foundation for same is not laid now, then the consequences will be sorrowful for the weaker race, and disgraceful to our ideals of justice, and shocking to our civilization. The Negro must have a country and a nation of his own. If you laugh at the idea, then you are selfish and wicked. For you and your children do not intend that the Negro shall discommode you in yours. If you do not want him to have a country and a nation of his own, if you do not intend to give him equal opportunities in yours, then it is plain to see that you mean that he must die, even as the Indian, to make room for your generations. Why should the Negro die? Has he not served America and the world? Has he not borne the burden of civilization in this Western world for 300 years? Has he not contributed of his best to America? Surely all this stands to his credit, but there will not be enough room, and the one answer is find a place. We have found a place. It is Africa. And as black men for 3 centuries have helped white men build America, Yeah, we was just helping. It was a good old time just helping out old Sam build America. There ain't no fucking problems there. We was just helping. We was happy to help. We have found a place, it is Africa, and as black men for 3 centuries have helped white men build America. Surely generous and grateful white men will help black men build Africa, he said delusionally. And why shouldn't Africa and America travel down the ages as protectors of human rights and guardians of democracy? Why shouldn't black men help white men secure and establish universal peace? We can only have peace when we are let's see. Why shouldn't Africa and America travel down? This is where I think he's talking about guardians of democracy, where he was going to be the leader of Africa and hold it down for white motherfuckers so they could be partners. Him as the leader was going to be partners with white America, basically, in defending human rights and guardians of democracy, because white America is so great at defending human rights and democracy, and he was going to join in with them in providing it for the whole rest of the world, at least all the black people. Good luck with that shit. Why shouldn't black men help white men secure and establish universal peace? Understand that. He said that. Why shouldn't black men help white men secure and establish universal peace? Because that's what America's always been about, establishing universal peace. And he was going to help get these black motherfuckers in line on that shit. We can only have peace when we are just to all mankind. And for that peace and for the reign of universal love, I now appeal to the soul of white America. Let the Negroes have a government of their own. Don't encourage them to believe that they will become social equals and leaders of the whites in America without first on their own account proving to the world that they are capable of evolving a civilization of their own. The white race can best help the Negro by telling him the truth and not by flattering him into believing that he is as good as any white man, without first proving the racial national constructive metal of which he is made. This man was going, if he'd have got his way, he would have been like the dude that Malcolm X was describing, took over the Congo, Tishambe. He was looking to be Tishambe. He was going to be Tishambe over all black people. He was going to have white motherfuckers goddamn power and guns to go around bossing around and being a king of all black people. This is exactly what the fuck this motherfucker's saying. Begging white motherfuckers for the privilege to be they bitch ass Sambo and lead all us to the motherfucking goddamn. Ugh. The white race can best help the Negro by telling him the truth and not by flattering him into believing that he is as good as any white man without first proving. So how are we gonna prove it? By building a nation for his bitch ass, with his bitch ass in charge and being pushed by white motherfuckers that he was being partners with, like Tishambe. My God. Destructive metal of which he is made, without first proving the racial, national, constructive metal of which he is made. Stop flattering the Negro about social equality and tell him to go work and build for himself. No, that's a real fucking thing. But mixed in with all this trifling, goddamn ass kissing and just trashing, fuck this motherfucker. Like, I could literally hear Jamaica Man as the voice of this shit. I'm getting pissed off. Stop flattering the Negro about social equality and tell him to go and work and build for himself. Help him in the direction for doing for himself, and let him know that self-progress brings its own reward. Because we're too stupid to... My God. Fuck y'all motherfuckers. I appeal to the considerate and thoughtful consciousness of white America, not to condemn the cry of the Universal Negro Improvement Association for a nation in Africa for Negroes, but to give us a chance to explain ourselves to the world. White America is too big, and when informed and touched, too liberal to turn down the cry of the awakened Negro for a place in the sun. You know, fuck, is that where they got the goddamn Raisin in the Sun reference? I'm just saying, man, yeah, I cannot fucking co-sign. Y'all motherfuckers can have that shit. See, that's why I didn't read no more, because I wanted to read more about this dude. I wanted to know, about a bunch of motherfuckers. But I read this shit and I'm like, this motherfucker? And once again, I'm not interested in reading anything else. I've read enough. He's got some decent ideas mixed in with a whole bunch of ass kissing, and I cannot fucking co-sign. June 10th. Yeah, June 11th. June 11th, 2021. Walking in the treadmill. Finna watch The Matrix. News. What shit caught my eye? Nothing different. Fuck ass motherfucking scooters all fucked up, man. Shit's pissing me off. These fucking scooters are trash. It's like these motherfuckers don't make them very well. I guess since they're new, motherfuckers don't take them as serious as they take bikes. Bikes are much more, and from what I see, bikes are better made. Motherfuckers take making bikes and bike maintenance a lot more serious than they take these fucking scooters. And the shit's annoying because it's like they could make these motherfuckers a lot better as far as they try to make it as cheap as possible. It seems like that's what I'm noticing from like pretty much all these fucking cheap scooters. That's like you're pretty much getting what you pay for. These motherfuckers are cheap and they're not well made. Brakes are shitty usually. Tires are shitty. They don't go as fast as they say they go. Like every time I go past the radar, it's usually the radar on the street, it's usually 2 to 4 miles per hour slower than what the shit on my fucking dash will say. And that's like every scooter that I ride. It never fucking says it's going as fast. Like the radar never matches the dash, basically. So, yeah, these fucking scooters are disappointing. I fucking got a goddamn flat tire and the whole fucking shit just went to shit, and now I ain't got goddamn nothing. And I gotta fucking wait on this dude to fucking fix my Go Tracks. Shit. It's like, man, I would highly recommend against buying a fucking Evercross. You have any problems, you will not be able to reach that fucking customer service. Go Tracks, they suck just as much, and their shit is even worse built. Like, as far as their tires are trash, And the fucking brakes are never right. And I've had to spend so much money on fixing these fucking shitty ass motherfucking goddamn cheap scooters. It's like I'm sick of this shit. These motherfuckers do not work for shit. It's like these assholes are sending out scooters that they know are basically gonna give out after a couple months. Fucking ripping people off. And then it's too late to send them back. But I don't know. Fucking Go Tracks send me a fucking shitty tire, and then the fucking they send the goddamn. I send that one back, and they send one that's got shitty brakes. And I mean, it has shitty brakes from the fucking pretty much the first time. I say within a couple days, the fucking brakes started acting weird. And then it's like they don't fucking answer your goddamn shit. They did good the first time, and then the second time was horrible. Because you fucking, I send you back the shitty fucking scooter you sent me that had a shitty tire, and you send me a fucking scooter that's supposedly brand new, but it's got shitty brakes. Then Evercross, the fucking scooter they sent, immediately, I say within a week, the fucking front brakes went out. Not totally out, but they just varies. I mean, they're totally out now, but they weren't, I'd say within a week, the front brakes started having an error code, and the fucking they just slowly degenerated and stopped working, and now they don't work at all. And the back brakes have always worked pretty good, but I don't know, man. Fucking braking is important, and you would think these assholes would put more effort into making their brakes. Like, these things are supposed to be about safety, and they always talking about safety this, safety that. Bitch, I don't give a fuck what your fucking frame is built out of and all that safety fucking bullshit you talking about. You know what makes me feel safe? Tires that don't fucking explode, and motherfucking brakes that actually fucking stop you before you get hit by a fucking car. So fuck you, Go Tracks and Evercross. Talking all that shit about safety, and you got shitty brakes and tires. Now the Evercross one, those tires seem to last for a while, but like they haven't popped, and they got the run flat shit, but it's when you hit a bump, it's like the shocks ain't built for that shit. And it's like, bitch, you calling it a fucking city scooter, but I can't ride it through the city unless it's fucking perfect goddamn conditions. Because if it's a city scooter, it needs to be fucking recognized that the city has shitty sidewalks. It has potholes in the street. There's got a lot of fucking shitty situations going on in these fucking streets that apparently ain't being accounted for when these assholes are making these fucking city scooters. They're not making them with enough shocks to take the fucking beating of a true city. I go easy as fuck on my motherfucking scooters and shit. But the reality is, they got these shitty lights, a lot of them, so you can't even see the fucking bumps before you hit them. They just need to make these things a lot better. There's clearly no respect. It's dealing with the first type generations of these motherfuckers. It's probably gonna be another 10, 20 years before they get their shit together like bikes. And by then, they'll probably be, motherfuckers will be on to something else. Because these scooters are a fucking pain in the ass. I ain't gonna lie. They take way too much maintenance. I mean, bikes, you gotta fuck around with the goddamn flat tire once in a while. But all these fucking scooters, except for the little ones, any of the ones that are like for supposedly for adults, like the ones that are for teenagers, they seem to work fine. The brakes haven't had any problem with the brakes or anything. But all the ones that were supposedly for adults, the brakes were trash. It's like these idiots don't get that braking is the fucking safety. That is the most important fucking safety feature of your scooter. There's nothing else. Don't give a fuck about nothing else you assholes brag about. Brakes. The ability to stop before you get hit by something is more important when you're fucking going through the goddamn city than anything else. Fuck these cheap ass motherfuckers. And fuck Amazon for fucking putting these motherfuckers out there. Knowing that these motherfuckers are shitty, knowing that their customer service is trash, and you still fucking be in the fucking in-between, the go-between. Fucking Amazon. You should be making the motherfuckers that are selling they shit at least provide some real fucking customer service when they shit inevitably flops. Because they ain't building it for the fucking city. Maybe they're building these things for perfect tracks and perfect landscaping and shit like that. But they do not fucking take into account potholes and all that other shit when you're going 20 miles an hour and you don't got shit for shocks, what it's gonna do to your fucking tires. And it's probably bashing around the brakes too every time you hit those fucking things. I just know these are some trash fucking situation, man. Spent a lot of money on these fucking cheap scooters. And the reality is, if you're gonna fucking buy one, be ready to spend some motherfucking real money, because these motherfuckers are making these cheap ones basically to break after a month or two. And they don't give a fuck because they just ignore you when you fucking hit them up. And they know ain't nobody gonna sue nobody over $200 or $300. So that's how they get away with it. It's Amazon that's fucking putting that shit out there like that. Fucking dickheads. I haven't played around online in a while. I'm actually starting to like this motherfucking Facebook shit a little more than I thought I would. Cause I did not like that shit at all. Last time it was so fucking boring dealing with people from my past, but just dealing with fucking strangers, I don't know. It's just different, I guess, when you just don't give a fuck. Like yesterday I wrote a poem. It's just, and I didn't even write it. I just like totally freestyled what I was writing. I was thinking about some shit and it just came out in the form of a poem. A poem about meditation. And I just put it out there because I don't give a fuck. and some people like it. You know what I'm saying? I gotta imagine that shit probably come off condescending as fuck to some people. But I don't give a fuck. Cause I don't know none of these motherfuckers. They damn sure don't know me. And if they don't like it, they come up with their own shit. It's almost like, I think I was like trying to write a haiku or something. Like I was just, it said, you know, what's on your mind? One of those posts. So I just motherfucking wrote what was on my mind. And it came out in the form of almost like a haiku. And I don't know. I just think different. Like what's on my mind ain't gonna be the same as everybody else. And it was turned out to be a poem about meditation. It's like breathe in, completely, truly take in your surroundings. Breathe out. Is your environment positive, negative, or neutral? Meditation. I think it looks better when you fucking see it written down versus try to say it, because it's not a haiku. There's way more than, what is it, 17 syllables? I think it's somewhere in the 20s. But I really didn't even start to make a motherfucking poem or a haiku or nothing. I was just saying what's on my mind. And it came out to be a fucking poem about meditation. I don't know. There is some interesting motherfuckers on there. I mean, you get through all the tits in the ass and the religion, and there's some motherfucking shit about like rap shit where people can talk shit about how they feel about 90s rap, and that's like all me. Like that's all I used to talk about with my friends and shit. So actually motherfucker getting on there and talking shit to a bunch of strangers and we all on the same basic level as far as rap shit go. We love it. It's kind of cool. You know what I'm saying? I still ain't finna be fucking with this shit too much, but I like it more than I thought I would. You know what I'm saying? I like being anonymous on that motherfucker. I got a ridiculous amount of Facebook friends. It's gonna be a fucking silly number by the time I get to the end of this month, because it's probably picking up about, I think it was 200, 300 yesterday. So them numbers is just gonna grow exponentially, because the more friends you got, the more of their people the algorithm is gonna put on your friend requests. I can't imagine every single motherfucker is just trying to fucking get friend requests from everybody that they come across. So it must be the algorithm says you're friends with somebody, so you might want to be friends with this person, and they just put the request in for them. I don't know. I know I get a shit ton of requests since I fucking accepted all those first friends, and I've just been accepting everybody. Like I said, I'm gonna do that to the end of the month. It's my kid's birthday in a couple of days. Gotta figure out what we gonna do. I'm fucking 16. Gonna be 16. Alright, June 11th. June 13th. Walking on a treadmill. June 13th, 2021. Walking on a treadmill. Watching The Matrix. About to watch this goddamn fight scene. First one. This is such a good movie. Fucking Will Smith said he was supposed to be in this shit, and he chose to do the fucking Wild West. Motherfucker. The Wild West instead of this shit. That movie was a piece of shit. And then he does a superhero movie, fucking Hancock. He could have been Neo, according to him. And this shit probably would have been pretty fucking cool with Will Smith in it. I just wonder how much of the dynamics would have had to change from white star to black star. Morpheus would now be some white dude. Trinity would now be some black chick. This movie's shit. But yeah, ain't nothing on the news worth a shit. Kamala getting kicked in the dick for her being all bland and lame about immigration and all that shit. They gonna send a fucking kid of immigrants kid to tell all the fucking immigrants to stop coming. Good old Joe Biden. But fuck that. She the one that fucking let herself be used like that, so she deserved to get booed. Boo that woman. That lame ass shit she talking. And yeah, she went down to Guatemala. Motherfuckers like, go home. We don't want to hear what the fuck you got saying. Fuck out of here with that shit. She basically just said, don't come to America, it's not a good time. Bitch, it ain't never a good time. Fuck these motherfuckers fighting they fucking punk ass fucking wars for them. And this whole worried about getting pushed out of second class and going to be third or fourth class. That's silly, man. It's poor or rich. It don't fucking matter whether you second, third, or fourth place. If you ain't fucking first place, you lose. I don't give a fuck. So I say let all them motherfuckers come in. As many as possible. Fuck these motherfuckers. Telling motherfuckers they can't come. Your fucking punk ass mom and your punk ass dad came over. You got the nerve to tell all these motherfuckers to stay? Boo that bitch. Yeah, there really ain't shit else. It was like, Democrats, they boring ass leadership, the Clyburns and the fucking Nancy Pelosi's shitting on Ilhan Omar because she had the fucking notion that she could just say whatever the fuck she want about Israel and America not being perfect. So they talking about punishing her because she said America did mean stuff. How dare she? Because America is exceptional and perfect, has never done anything wrong, and neither has Israel. Fucking Democrats, you suck so much. Why are the fucking... I hope they do. I hope they censure for saying that America's not perfect and fucking Israel's not perfect. I hope they do. So that show you dumbass Democrats who you fucking riding for, you dumb motherfuckers. Doom.
You have to let it all go. Fear, doubt.
And let's see what else. Yeah, that's about it. Fucking Tyson's birthday today, so we gonna go to Lagoon. Been going to Lagoon since I was like 18. It's not a whole lot has changed, including the rides. Same ass rides. Just another year older. But it's what he wants to do. As far as, yeah, that's it. Democrats sucking. Republicans
What does that mean?
sitting back watching them fucking destroy themselves. Anyway, nothing else going on, I don't think. There's like a bunch of little stories, but really nothing worth a mention. It was just a bunch of little shit going on. That's all there's been in the last few days. So, watch this goddamn movie. January. What the fuck? January? Goddamn. June 14th. Fucking dog. June 14th, 2021. Walking on a treadmill. Watching The Matrix. He's getting good. It is hot as shit right now. I'm gonna be a sweaty bitch. That's one time I get the fuck out of here.
I know that's what it looks like.
It's like 95 out this motherfucker. I got my sweatpants, I got my motherfucking robe, my fucking beanies.
Why?
He's getting good. Fuck, man. There's some kind of drought going on. And motherfuckers need to goddamn stock up on some goddamn water. Because this shit is goddamn getting crazy.
Let me tell you what I believe. I believe more physical than anything that you do. I believe if you're really serious about it.
Like, it was hot last year, and it was hot. It's been hot. It ain't rained a lot. But man, these fucking reservoirs are emptying fast. And there's a goddamn, there's like a little creek that just runs around here and shit. And that motherfucker been empty for a long time. And I wonder if they just shut it off or whatever, or if it's dried up. But I know it's been hot as shit. Like in comparison to even last year. It was hot last year, but motherfucker, I don't remember it being 100 in June. Like, this shit is fucking getting there. Not up here. It seems like it didn't hit like the 90s and the hundreds till late July type shit. But apparently this is gonna be a long fucking hot, shitty summer, and motherfuckers need to stock up on water and toilet paper, because apparently shit's getting real. Yeah, it was so hot yesterday. It was like 100 degrees when I was about to take my ass to Lagoon. And I was like, fuck that shit. My fuck ass car. Fucking AC went out. I think I could fix it simple if I had the right tools. But I don't know. I ain't got the fucking... Well, I might have the right tools now. Try to fucking fix that shit. Because riding around in fucking 100 degrees without no motherfucking AC is some bullshit. Especially in trying to teach this kid how to fucking drive, man. It's like being stuck in a motherfucking car without no goddamn AC in this fucking weather, with the frustration of dealing with a kid who's brand new to driving. That shit can be somewhat aggravating. And all that extra heat and shit ain't helping. So I gotta get that shit fixed. It's bullshit. As far as news, there's some big ass fire somewhere in Illinois, outside Chicago, some big ass chemical plant. It's like on fire right now. Nothing's blown up yet, but that motherfucker's on fire. So hopefully, if there's anything, it is gonna blow up. They got motherfuckers far away from it, because them chemical shits, man, when they blow up, they destroy shit for blocks and blocks. So you got plenty of time to get the fuck out of there. Hopefully everybody's fucking evacuated. Because I remember that motherfucking, I think it is either fertilizer or some chemical shit in Texas or Oklahoma maybe, a couple years back. Man, that motherfucker is like, it was shaking houses miles away. That fucking thing destroyed everything that was anywhere near it. So I wouldn't want to be around when the motherfuckers burning. And we're getting to the good part. So, there really ain't shit else going on. Motherfucking watching different YouTube shit. But none of that's even really worth the mention. Yeah, June 14th. It's still June 14th. Still walking on treadmill, watching Matrix. This motherfucking movie, my God, it's like, no wonder my mind was fucking blown when this goddamn shit came out. This is such a good movie. There is so many new things, at least to America. They say they copied a lot of this shit from Asian media, was already breaking bricks and tracing bullets and shit like that. But I know I had never seen nothing like this before. When I saw this shit, you would probably have to be a fucking film student to truly name off all the new things that are in this movie. But I know new shit when I see it. And like nerdy ass Agent Smith running up, boom, and just breaking fucking bricks with his fucking punches. All that like tracing bullets and shit like that we see in almost every video game that's got motherfucking any kind of shooting in it. That came from this. I know I never seen it before. And just so many other things that fast moving, turn to slow motion, turn to fast moving again. Never seen it before. I bet you there's over 20 things that have been copied over and over and over consistently that came out first in this movie as far as for an American audience. And unless you like a total film nerd, you've never seen any of this shit for the fucking Matrix. And then everybody, commercials, TV shows, video games, other movies, everybody copied the shit out of these motherfuckers. This movie is so motherfucking good. It's like, I think that was my first, and like I would have to think so hard to fucking come up with another 10. A 10 as far as a movie going experience. I think I was cheering like my mom's used to. Like fucking jumping up and down and screaming and shit. My shit was drug induced, but still, this movie was so much new shit. And new shit done well. The CGI, it's like so much shit that we had never seen before. Now, I think the CGI we had seen before, as far as like the Sentinels and all that, it wasn't that special. But there were things they did in this fucking movie that I guarantee you haven't been done, including having the green tint that fucks everybody that's really fucked up in this movie. It's just so cool. Everything about this motherfucker. Like when you in the Matrix, that green tint, it's like, man, they did such a good job with this. I just fucking love this movie. It's not perfect, but it's a 10. You don't have to be perfect to be a fucking 10. This movie going experience is as good as a movie going experience can get. There's action, there's suspense, there's fucking intrigue. The only way this movie would have got better, and I don't know if it would have, I'd say in general, but for me personally, if Will Smith had took this motherfucking movie and this had been Will Smith, as much as we, as far as like black kids and people in general, Americans love the shit out of Will Smith. Even more than Keanu. As much as we love Keanu, I think a lot of Keanu love in the mainstream came from the Matrix. Bill and Ted, motherfuckers liked him, but those were like, you know, stoner type surfer dudes, regular, you know, redneck type motherfuckers liked Bill and Ted, shit like that. But this took Keanu to a whole new level. Even Speed, like all those movies and shit, this is because of this. It's like he became the big star that he is, I think, because of this. I think even more than Speed, even more than all them, he's been in a shit ton of movies. But my God, for me, I'm saying, I don't know about mainstream America, but if they didn't change nothing except change Will Smith and Keanu Reeves, I think that would have been amazing, because we had never had a fucking black superhero in Hollywood. And then fucking Will Smith made that Hancock later and shit. He done got a lot of bad advice. Like, he's done a lot of shitty movies. He's done a lot of good movies, and he's a good actor. Like, when he chooses to, you know, a good character. That motherfucker can act. He used to have that one little smirk that he couldn't get off his face and shit, but he fixed that a long time ago. If it would have been Will Smith in this motherfucker doing all this amazing shit, and then doing all that shit for Morpheus, I mean, I get the whole racial dynamic and all that shit, but instead of having Morpheus be this like great mentor figure, it would be almost like he's a father figure to Will Smith. And when he breaks him away from the motherfucking pigs, the agents, they got him locked up and they trying to get his information out of him. That shit, there's really no way you can make it more pulse pounding and exciting and you wanted to do it, other than if it had been Will Smith taking these bullets right now. I mean, how the fuck did he fucking pass on this? This is such... and he fucking did Wild West? That's what I mean by this motherfucker that got a lot of bad advice. Because anybody that reads this script and then reads the Wild West script should have knew right away which one would have been better. You know what happened? I bet Will Smith is in demand. One of the top motherfuckers in Hollywood. And he got more money. He got offered probably a lot more money because it was a bigger movie. Matrix was not a big movie when it came out. It was not expected to be this fucking huge thing. I think we saw some motherfucking previews and we knew that was the type of shit that we wanted to see. But it's a lot of motherfuckers. This was not the huge blockbuster. Wild West, that was supposed to be a big blockbuster, but it was a flop because it was a piece of shit. This movie is a fucking... all the different trends that came from this fucking movie. My God. And you put Will Smith in this motherfucker, I just think it would have been like fucking amazing. And it's already amazing, but it's like as much as I watching Fresh Prince and all the different Will Smith like Bad Boys and Men in Black type shit. I mean, clearly it didn't hurt his career to not do this shit. But my God, if he would have fucking done this fucking movie, it would have been, I think it would have been great for black kids versus doing fucking Wild West. My God, whoever fucking gave him that advice, he should have fired on the fucking spot soon as he saw this motherfucking movie. And he could have been Neo. No, I'm just saying, man. 2 and 3, not even close. This one is just so much better. I mean, this is one of the top 10 movies. If you just consider movie experience, I don't give a fuck about, yes, there's some weak acting parts, there's some weak CGI. But there is some fucking, all the new shit. And the way it just is a good ending. It's like they should have just left it, man. How the fuck you go, other than that goddamn car chase in part 2, there is no reason to fucking add on to this. This is a fucking masterpiece. And then some amateur just came up and drew on it. It's like, this as a standalone would have been great. But, you know what I'm saying, motherfuckers want to make money, so they make number 2, which was not nowhere near as good. If this is an A+, then number 2 is like a B. And it's only ranked so high because the fucking freeway chase scene is amazing. But the whole Zion and hanging out in the big fucking camping underneath the earth and shit, man, that was some boring politics, all that shit, political intrigue with like Star Wars. That shit was trash. Nobody cared. Nobody wanted to see that shit. You wanted to see new shit. And they did. They brought new shit to that fucking chase scene, getting on the freeway. The third, it didn't bring nothing new. Motherfuckers were done giving a fuck. They weren't trying very hard with their acting or writing. But this right here, nah, the last special effects with the dude blowing up is corny, but that's what they had back in the day. But even the way the fucking whole shit flexes after he does that shit, then fucking agents go running off like the Three Stooges. It's shit like that. A little fucking comedy added into it. Very subtle comedy. They weren't trying to beat you over the head with it, but there were little funny parts. Like, it's just a really good motherfucking movie, man. I really understand why I fucking had so much fucking fun at this, going to this movie. Like when I watch it really close now. Cause it's a great story. You know what I'm saying? You got the love story. You got the mentor, young story. You got the running around, trying to save the world. Yeah, man. They fucking crushed it. I understand exactly why I like this movie so much. The greenness of it all, the purple green that just fucking floats off the TV into your fucking environment if you're like all fucked up. This movie is that motherfucking shit. And the shit where they blow up the, 2 was worth it. They should have never made number 3. They did way too much Smith, and Smith was not trying to act anymore. He did a much better job acting. I mean, he's not a great actor in this one, but he did a much better job. Those social security numbers at the end. Looks like 403. Yeah, those are 103 390 597. Nope, those are not, because there's one digit missing. Maybe it's phone numbers. Nope, it's not phone numbers. I don't know what the fuck that is. It's just random fucking numbers, and I'm looking way too deep into it. This is a good goddamn movie, though. Definitely a 10 movie experience when I went to see it at the movies. When I watch it now, it's just a really good movie. I'm not all fucked up and shit. Psychic linked and shit. This is a fucking excellent shit, though. Like, only thing I can think of that comes close, and I don't even know in my mind, as far as like lately, it's fucking Infinity War. Infinity War is probably the closest movie experience to this. But this was totally new. And it opened up all kinds of fucking doors to the different special effects that they use. So many people copied them. Infinity War was just a really, really good movie that was basically a payoff for watching all those other, not bad movies, but they weren't that great and they were nothing in comparison to Infinity. Like, I'd say Infinity, God, I don't even know if I could give it a 10 experience-wise. It was probably like a 9.5 experience-wise, though. It was slightly under this. You know what I'm saying? But it was really so good that it's about the only thing that I can compare it to as far as what I've seen since this. Because I'm not a big Star Wars nerd or Star Trek nerd or any of the big blockbusters, Lord of the Rings. Never got into that shit. I like this one, and I like the second one for its action. I could do without the rest of the fucking story and the acting. And even all the 3 could just be done. But I'd say the next closest thing that I could put to this, which would not be close because this was such a trendsetter. This changed the fucking game. It's just so many motherfucking copycats. And in every kind of media. Versus Infinity was just a fucking great movie that's probably gonna be hard to fucking ever duplicate in that way because the build up to it. Years and years and movies building up to that shit, and it didn't let down. Except for Endgame let down a little bit because they tried to get all fucking smart with the goddamn time travel garbage. And I don't know. Infinity is my closest movie experience. But it's like I knew what to expect. This was just a complete surprise. Fucking great job. Anyway, I think that's all I got to say about it. Will Smith should have took this motherfucker. I mean, it would have been a 10.5 as far as like being a kid and watching Will Smith do all the shit that fucking Keanu Reeves did. Cause I like Keanu Reeves, but Will Smith was one of the dudes that I wouldn't say I looked up to, but I definitely would like go watch Will Smith shit. I was proud of that brother. Just a little older than me, you know, he was soft as fuck. It didn't seem like he was doing a lot of selling out. And he clearly did a good job with his kids. You know what I'm saying? Got the young man opening up a motherfucking restaurant that feeds homeless people. That's fucking brilliant. And not only that, it makes the motherfucking food more expensive, which rich assholes love. Because they're paying for homeless people to eat. That's fucking brilliant. That kid is on something. But it's because Will Smith, he's fucking done a really good job. And his wife, clearly, the fuck, Jada. But, yeah, I've always, it just fucking blew my mind ever since I heard that motherfucker say that he turned this shit down to be in the fucking Wild West. My God, that was a bad decision. June 15th, 2021. Walk on treadmill. Watching Cheech and Chong. Nice streams. A lot of these movies don't age so well. Can't really remember exactly what happens in this. I think Up in Smoke is the one that I used to like the most. I really can't remember what happens in this one. I know one of these motherfuckers, man, he like date rapes and shit. And they like made a fucking joke about it, and it was funny as fuck. I remember laughing at that shit when I was a kid. It's just a lot of these shits. They just ain't as funny as it used to be because you actually think about the shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't funny. Nice dreams, ice cream. These motherfuckers. This is like I don't know. When I first watched this shit, the first few times, because honestly, it's between this one and Up in Smoke. I don't really remember which one is which. I know one of them is like half of it is just boring as fuck, setting up to shit, and then like when he gets to the part where he date rapes the chick, who was okay with it. It's just crazy. That shit ends up like being really funny and weird, but it's also drug humor. Back when I was doing all that fucking acid and mushrooms and shit. So a lot of that shit just ain't funny when you ain't all fucked up. Plus times have changed. Date rape ain't so funny. As I watch it also float. And all this shit that they was like getting up to. That name of that motherfucking Whoop That Trick. That motherfucking song. It's just when you think about the fucking scene where he's like explaining this shit, what's going, like they trying to change it into a radio friendly shit. They change it from I At first he was, I think he said, it was beat that bitch. And then it was, stomp that hoe. And then he just said, whoop that trick. And it was like, that's how they do it. Like back in the day, that shit was funny as fuck. I remember loving that scene, thinking that shit was funny as fuck. Now it's like kind of cringy. You know what I'm saying? And this shit, god damn, I don't even remember nothing about this motherfucker. But I do remember that fucking Cheech and Chong shit. It's just not very funny. As far as fucking news, there ain't a whole lot of shit going on. Jesus, this fucking plot in this movie is so goddamn thin and weird and stupid. Fuck, I think this is goddamn the one that it's like super boring through the first half. And then they get into all that weird party shit in the second half of the movie. But I can't remember. These cops are fucking stupid as fuck. In this shit. Everybody's stupid as fuck in this shit. It's like Cheech and Chong humor is like stoner kid humor. The beginning of stoner kid humor. Like fucking hippie shit. I don't know. There's Joe Biden at the G7. What else? I guess he's going to meet Putin. All that bullshit. Nothing that even matters. Fucking politics is just trash. It don't matter who in charge. I've been there and done that, said that a million times. I'm gonna watch this stupid ass fucking movie. Looks like this is the last, I'm almost down to my last movies anyway. But this is the last bad movie I gotta fucking watch, so it's all good. Fuck, get through this shit. June 15th. June 16th, 2021. Walking on a treadmill, watching Cheech and Chong. Nice dreams. This is the date rape one. Hey, I don't even know if you call it date rape because the fucking chick starts shoving her tongue down his face the second she sees him, and he didn't drug her up. She's already drugged up by herself, walking around fucking Pee Wee Herman. Pee Wee Herman's in this motherfucker. He is like super weird. I don't know. This is the part where it starts to get funny to me. Like when they're all fucked up and crazy ass shit going on. So it's Tupac's birthday. Happy birthday to the young man. Damn, he was young when he went out. When he got taken out. As far as the news, really ain't shit. It's just the same old bullshit. Biden going to meet with motherfucking Putin. They trying to act like they going to some fucking death match and shit. Fuck out of here with that. Pee Wee Herman been playing that same weird ass motherfucker forever. It's like it was drug humor back in the 70s or whatever. And then he goes to the 80s and takes that same kind of humor, just takes out the drugs and makes Pee Wee's Playhouse. Pee Wee Playhouse was drugged up as fuck. It's just they didn't reference any drug use or anything. But that's clearly what that shit was all about. Crazy ass Sesame Street on drugs. That shit was funny as fuck to me. Anyway, yeah, that's about it. It's Tupac's birthday. Ain't really shit else going on. I watched this movie. So fucking hot, man. I gotta fix this motherfucking car. Goddamn, turn the fucking AC back on. And that's about it. I was thinking about this one shit because they keep showing these motherfucking excuses about why all these guns is in the street and shit, and how law-abiding citizens gotta have these guns. And it's like all kinds of shit like going down in these different places. Motherfuckers shooting up shit, and they always say you can't have no more motherfucking rules because of law-abiding citizens. But a lot of times the first time these motherfuckers is breaking the law is when they go shoot up some shit. So the fucking law-abiding citizen shit don't work when you're talking about safety of the fucking public, because most of these motherfuckers, especially these white motherfuckers doing these mass shootings, they're so-called law-abiding citizens. Not because they obey the law any more than any of us. It's because they don't got a target on their fucking back. Or even if they do get caught, they get fucking let go because it ain't no big deal. Like Jerry. Jerry gets caught with more shit than me. I didn't even have no weed on me back when I was a kid working for Jerry. He gets caught with some shit. Nothing happens. I get caught with a fucking paraphernalia and I got 6 months fucking probation. So, I'm just saying, it's a lot of fucking difference when you got a motherfucking target. Because a lot of these motherfuckers, so-called law-abiding motherfuckers, really, they just ain't never got caught doing the fuck shit that the rest of us got a fucking target on our back for. So, these rules and shit that these motherfuckers got, I don't know. When it comes down to it, these guns, I don't even want to get into it. Fuck that shit. I don't think we should get rid of the gun. I think shit should just stay just violent and stupid as ever and never fucking change nothing, because these motherfuckers, fuck this shit. Motherfucking black motherfuckers was ever stupid enough to get rid of our guns, guarantee you they will pull some bullshit. This motherfucker. Anyway, yeah, I'm finna watch this movie. Fuck guns. There's a whole lot of violence going on. There's a shit ton of violence going on. And it's just gonna get worse. It's hot as fuck, and motherfucking water shortages and all kinds of shit. There's exceptional there's exceptional drought going on Southeast America, where we at. There's bad drought, extreme drought, and exceptional. We're at exceptional. They said it could be the worst they ever seen, as far as since they've been keeping track of the fucking weather. And I know goddamn well I do not remember no several days in June being 100. It seemed like it don't get like this until like middle of July, from July to like August and shit. And even like the middle of August, shit can get crazy, bro. This is like weird. This is like St. George weather. St. George weather up here. Yeah, I guess ain't no fucking date rape. She wide awake. This is just the motherfucking. It's a drugged up situation, but it wasn't no fucking date rape, even though that's how motherfuckers try to make this goddamn scene as a drugged up sex situation. It's super awkward because they would never make nothing like this nowadays. But it wasn't date rape because the chick clearly was into it. But that's a movie, and the movie's a long time ago. Shit's funny, and I think I got the right to laugh because the fucking shit is funny. But definitely wouldn't recommend doing that shit in real life, motherfucker. Yeah, it's like even if you both get fucked up nowadays, and you both fucking are trashed, I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know if I would fuck around the way these motherfuckers do, because I don't think the laws are different, but I think the rules are different. I don't know. This movie's stupid, and it's about to get really stupid, which is about my favorite part. So, yeah, I'm gonna watch the rest of this shit, walk out of this fucking hot ass motherfucking shit. God damn, global warming. See, a fucking asshole holding up a goddamn snowball saying global warming don't exist because it snows is a fucking idiot. Because it affects weather, even cold weather. It affects weather in all kinds of different ways, especially storms. I mean, you got over 100 degrees right now, and this is like a month early at least for 100 degrees weather out here. Man, you're gonna have fucking you're gonna have major fucking fires. You're gonna have some huge fucking hurricanes. All that shit, man. It's gonna be crazy as fuck. Because all this fucking weather, man, it fucking, I don't know, they all these days of high weather, they reacting. But I mean, I don't know how this fucking shit works, but I do know that it being super hot right now, shit's gonna be fucked up. It's like fucking it's gonna be like a lot of bullshit going on as far as like the weather. There's gonna be some major storms, and it's gonna be hot as fuck, which is weird. It's hot as fuck, man. Right now, it's like over 90, and it's still early. And it's like, you got all these days over 100. There's like definitely gonna be some storms, and there's definitely gonna be some like fires, because there's always fires every year now. It's like fire season. It's coming to be fire season in California. Fire season. That's crazy. We have an actual fire season now. Like, we know there's gonna be fires popping up, and with it being this hot, this early, there's gonna be a lot more fucking fires. That's what's crazy. So we got major fires, major storms, and climate change is real, man. Because it's not some asshole saying, oh, climate change ain't real because you can hold up a fucking snowball. And just because the day is hot is also, you can't just say, oh, this day is hot, so that equals fucking global warming or climate change. That wouldn't work. But the fact that every year it's been hot, it's been breaking a record, probably for the last 5 years. It's broke since I've been paying attention. So it might be even more than that. But since I've been paying attention, it's been like, this is the record. This is the record for the record for heat, the hottest year. This is gonna be the hottest year ever. And then last year was the hottest year ever. And then the year before that was the hottest year ever. And the year before that, it's like we keep breaking these fucking records on a yearly basis. That means clearly we getting hotter. That's what that means when it keeps going up every year. You can try to fucking deny that by being an asshole because every once in a while it gets cold. But the reality is if we're constantly breaking records for heat and the way this shit is going, it's just going to keep getting hotter until motherfuckers figure out a way to fucking slow this fucking heat, this climate change down. And it's probably going to sacrifice some of this fucking pollution that we putting out and all kinds of other shit. There really ain't that big deal if motherfuckers just stop being dicks, just holding on to old money, fighting for old money for somebody else as a worker, fighting for some rich motherfucker. Dude, how dare you fucking talk about jobs or, oh, you're gonna take away coal miners' jobs when you can make all kinds of new jobs just with common fucking sense. But you can't do that because you would take away some asshole's job. Fucking spam. It's all bullshit, basically. It's like, we know this climate change is happening because it's hot as fuck, and it's been hot as fuck, and it's getting hotter. And when you're talking about record-breaking heat every year, it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter, then you know this shit's real. Versus some asshole come in when it snows, holding a fucking snowball saying, oh, here's your climate change. It's still snowing. Fuck you. This movie is crazy. Alright, so yeah. This movie is stupid as shit. Hey, so yeah, climate change, motherfucker. I don't know what the fuck, but it's fucking hot as shit. Imagine it starts getting to be 100 degrees, and okay, now it's 100 degrees in June. So what, is it gonna be like 110 in fucking July and August? And also, cause we was looking at the almanac, it said it's, if you take the average of all time they've been keeping fucking weather, around this time, it's 85 degrees. That's what we saw in the almanac. It was like, I think it was June 10th we looked at it, but it was June 14th that that was the date that they looked at. And the date said, for June 14th, your average fucking weather for Salt Lake is 85 degrees throughout time since they've been keeping this shit. So if you got it like, this movie is so stupid. He's pissing in that jacuzzi. I don't know. I can't watch this and talk about serious shit at the same time. Fuck this shit. But yeah, climate change is real. Shit's getting really fucking out of hand, and motherfuckers need to take this shit more serious and don't listen to these assholes that are trying to deny, because at some point it's gonna be too late. Motherfuckers already said it's too late, but I think they was just trying to, get motherfuckers to stop. But at some point, shit is gonna be too late, and it's such an easy fix. Stop fucking around with so much plastic. Stop polluting so goddamn much. Stop sucking so much fucking oil out the goddamn ground and fucking around with coal. That's simple. Yes, it's gonna hurt a couple motherfucking rich assholes' pockets, but fuck them. Stop falling for the brainwash. Poor people falling for that shit. Riding to keep shit as it has always been. Shit's fucking stupid. Why would you want to keep shit as it's always been when you know that it's fucking shit up? I don't know.
Hey, he's not here.
Fucking shit up. Climate change. Hot as fuck. 20 goddamn years from now, if we at the same place we gonna be at, then it's probably gonna be 100 degrees in fucking April. Imagine that. April. Yeah. Imagine it being 100 degrees in April. That means it's gonna be 90 degrees in March and 80 degrees in fucking February. This guy, it's very clear that fucking climate change is real, man. Fuck. That's a bug. Anyway, man, I don't even know why I'm stuck on this fucking topic, because nobody gives a shit till it's too late. We got volcanoes popping out of these fucking mountains everywhere. I mean, I don't think that could happen with climate change, but who the fuck knows? This motherfucker keep changing. That's the thing. We don't know what, because it's changing. June 16th. Shout out. Pop. Still watching Cheech and Chong. Still June 16th. That shit where he's fucking locked up in that motherfucking straitjacket and he's screaming his head off like he's really a crazy person. He's like almost about to start crying because his balls itch. That shit is one of the fucking funniest scenes ever, man. That shit is fucking funny. I don't give a fuck who the fuck you are. There ain't nobody that can watch that shit and not think that shit is fucking funny. I'm just saying. This motherfucker in a mental ward at a fucking mental hospital is screaming his head off and shit. Yeah. He's like so frustrated because he's in a fucking straitjacket. He shouldn't even be in the hospital. But it's, I don't know. That shit's funny as fuck. You can't explain funny. That shit is just fucking on another level. I think that one scene right there is why I like this movie so much. Because that's fucking funny, motherfucker. Locked in a fucking straitjacket and your balls itch. It's like when you get put in handcuffs. As soon as you get put in handcuffs, your fucking face starts to itch. Different spots. You just gotta deal with it. Anyway, June 16th.